Chat one wants you.
Council members, please take your seats. Sergeant at Arms, please call our May 24, 2022 council meeting to order.
Oh, yes, sir, yes, on the council of the city of Memphis, hereby call to order for the transaction business put to adjournment. All right, please.
I would like to recognize our chaplain of the day, Pastor Rolando Rostro from Nuevo Vida Church, invited by Councilwoman Logan. The prayer will be immediately followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please lead us in prayer.
Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless every one of you. We appreciate this time. Father, we thank you this morning, Lord. Lord, this time, as you promised the doors of blessing and abundance over your people, we ask that you would work mightily through each one of us today. Come upon us and cause us to have productive meeting, Father. Lead each one of us that we can make a fruitful contributions at this time. Enable us to think and strategize in ways that will achieve great results. I pray that you purify our thoughts and our motives, so that each one of us will enter this meeting desiring the good of others and the pleasure of your precious name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
God bless you.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilwoman Logan, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief intro. Just like to introduce our chaplain of the day. The Nueva Vida Church was founded in 2006 in a small room in the home of Pastor Rolando Rostro, and today it has become the largest Latino church in our city with 3 different locations. In collaboration with the Mid-South Food Bank, they give away every month groceries to 1,000 families, and in 2020, during the time of COVID-19, they were instrumental in providing groceries and food to the congregations through their mobile food drive and served thousands of families out of their 3 locations. The church promotes programs for children, youth, and adults, and during the year, they have retreats and camps that help our community with their inner healing and family restoration. Pastor Rolando Rostro is actively involved in the Memphis community and currently serves as senior pastor of Nueva Vida Church. Pastor Rolando is also a conference speaker on leadership and church growth and serves as a professor at Logos Christian University. And the city of Memphis, if you will come, the city of Memphis, by the City Council, greetings. Be it hereby known that Pastor Rolando Rostro, in recognition of a life of exemplary qualities, outstanding service to the city, meritorious involvement in humanitarian affairs, and demonstrated concern for governmental process, has been appointed Chaplain of the Day of the Memphis City Council and is hereby entitled to all of the honors, rights, privileges, and prerogatives appertaining to the office and to the display of this certificate given under this seal this 24th day of May 2022. Chairman Jimmy Swearinger and City Council Representative District 1 Rhonda Logan. Thank you so much. We appreciate that, and we do have a gift for you as well. Thought you had your own theme music.
Thank you very kindly. We appreciate you. You certainly warmed our hearts with that wonderful prayer. We appreciate you, and you shall be invited again. I believe Vice Chair Jones has read the minutes for our April 19th meeting. Sure, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you. Councilmember Canale. Here. Carlisle. Here. Colvett. Here. Easter Thomas. Present. Ford. Present. Johnson. Vice Chairman Jones.
Here.
Logan. Morgan, Robinson, Smiley, Warren. Present. Chairwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Chairwoman Swearingen, you have a quorum.
Thank you very kindly. Vice Chair Jones, have you read the minutes for the April 19th meeting?
Madam Chair, I reviewed the minutes from the April 19th meeting and find them to be in order, so I move the adoption.
Thank you very kindly.
And I move electronically.
Thank
It
you.
has been moved, probably moved by Vice Chair Jones, seconded by Councilman Warren. May we please clear the screen so we may vote on the approval of the minutes from the May 10th meeting.
For the record, we are recording the approval of the previous meeting minutes of May 10th, 2022.
Yes, previous meeting minutes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Pardon me? Smiley, yes.
This item passed. We welcome each and every one of you to the May 24, 2022 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council. Comment cards are available for members of the public wishing to be heard on a specific item. Our Sergeant at Arms has agendas available up front. Please be mindful that all cards must be completed in their entirety, including the item number you wish to speak on. Cards that include a topic that are left blank will be held until the end of the meeting for the general comments section. All those wishing to speak on an item must turn in your comment cards to the Sergeant at Arms before the item is actually called. As chair, I will only recognize citizens that properly register to speak by submitting a completed comment card to the Sergeant at Arms. Please be reminded that all of us must abide by the rules of decorum. Our council meetings and housekeeping item, please silence your phones. Madam Comptroller, our add-on items are items 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Our same night minute items will be 4, 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 1.
Item number 1 is presentation of the 2022 Memphis Youth City Council.
Thank you very kindly. We will now have a performance of the Memphis City Council. If you all come forward, please.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity.
1 second.
Okay.
Before your item, we have a performance by the African Jazz Ensemble honoring the country of Ghana, and it will be followed by the presentation of our Youth City Council.
So we say Aquaba, welcome Ghana, Aquaba Ghana.
Black on black love, 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 black on black love. Love your mother, you better love your father. Love your sister, you better love your brother. Love your family and community. Black love, peace and unity. Black love, gonna set your soul free.
Black on black love is the new ancient language. Designed to heal the pain and the anguish. Young brothers sagging, that ain't the real problem. Lift up their minds and their pants are falling. They say an idle mind is the devil's workshop. Let's put on the work and the violence will stop. The opposite of ignorance and truth and knowledge. Teach them right, and they don't want to go to college. Rappers selling after people to get fake fame. Stop calling all out of their names. Domestic violence degrading women. If it wasn't for a woman, you wouldn't even be living. The music industry, they won't promote these songs. They use beats and lyrics to promote them wrong. Designed to promote mass incarceration. New Jim Crow and black enslavement. Condition stimulus and condition response. Young minds been programmed like Peplow dogs. Cause and effects of them suggestion. Dancing to a beat without any question. Heavy D never rap about violence and beef. Be inspired. What's his last tweet? Black on black love can change the atmosphere. Love is more powerful than ignorance and fear.
Memphis is our city. We claim love in Memphis.
Let's give it up once again. Let's give it up once again for Ekpe and the African Jazz Ensemble. If you could come forward, please. Ekpe and the ensemble. Whereas, when worthy circumstances arise, the Memphis City Council honors citizens of our communities and our great city, and sees fit to recognize the accomplishments of Ekpe and African Jazz Ensemble, a Memphis-based musical group of philanthropists and artistic directors of Genius Unlimited who specializes in children's music. And whereas people all ages and cultures have been enriched by Ekpe and African Jazz Ensemble's performances, recordings, workshops, and lectures with motivational workshops on self-esteem, creative thinking, conflict resolution, drug prevention, and gang awareness. And whereas being musicians, producers, recording artists, songwriters, and arts educators, Ekpe and African Jazz Ensemble plays African American instruments such as the djembe, drum, the kalimba, thumb piano, Shakespeare, flute, and saxophone with entertaining educational performance at schools, churches, festivals, colleges, and universities. And whereas while promoting music, Ekpe and African Jazz Ensemble has an interactive video entitled Don't Touch a Gun, has been recognized and used as an effective means of keeping guns out of the hands of children. And whereas a music major with theater drama minor at Shelby State College, Ekpe and African Jazz Ensemble began studying African American music with a master drummer of Senegal, West Africa, and traveled nationally and internationally with recording group Galaxy, touring Canada, Germany, and Japan. And whereas being a drummer and musician with Nubian Theater Company, Ekpe and African Jazz Ensemble performed in the Bermuda Islands, the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, and the National Black Theater Festival. And whereas in 1992, a request was made and a performance done by Ekpe and African Jazz Ensemble to play at the burial ceremony for Roots author Alex Haley in Hennings, Tennessee, and traveled to Kenya in 1989 and performed with the Bomas in Kenya, as well as other performances at the Art Institute of Chicago and the National Black Arts Festival in Atlanta. And whereas in Paris, France, performed and composed music for Black Boy, a tribute to Richard Wright, with Blues City Cultural Center, and when President Nelson Mandela received the 2000 International Freedom Award from the National Civil Rights Museum, Ekpe and the African Jazz Ensemble presented him with Call of the Drums. And now, therefore, be it resolved with honor, Ekpe and African Jazz Ensemble for their musical philanthropy and love for children's music and cultural entertainment, and for their most recent recording with musical legend and saxophonist Kirk Whalum on a soundtrack for a documentary about HIV, AIDS in Africa. And be it further resolved that through ink and in parchment and most inadequate to honor such accomplishments of a musicians and entertainers of Ekpe and African Jazz Ensemble, we nonetheless recognize and honor their commitment to children and their service to the city of Memphis with the utmost and sincere respect. Given by my hand under the great seal of the city of Memphis this 24th day of May 2022, signed by the chairman of the Memphis City Council, Jamita Swearingen. Vice Chair, I so move.
That we approve this item? Yeah, by acclamation.
Thank you very kindly. for you. I have a resolution and a token of appreciation. And for the ensemble, we also have certificates of recognition. Thank you so much for sharing your talents with us, especially during this momentous occasion as Memphis celebrates Ghana. We enjoyed you, we thank you, and thank you for sharing the culture of Ghana with the constituents of the city of Memphis.
Some of my family are here too. My sister Peggy Jane Lee. She's an attorney in the city. She teaches at 111 College. And my other sister just left, Elaine Turner, with Heritage Tours. My family name is the Lee family. So, you know, all 7 of my sisters were arrested during the Civil Rights Movement. So I just want to shout out, were it not for family, we would not be here. Thank you very much. Our roots. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekpe. Madam Comptroller, would you please call the MLG&W consent agenda? Councilman Carlisle.
Oh, come on, man.
That would take us to item on our add-on agenda. We have 3 MLGW items. Excuse me?
I'm sorry, Councilman Canal.
Turn his mic on. Chairman, if we could pause before we move on to further business and take a moment of silence for the 14 children and 1 teacher that lost their life this afternoon in a school shooting in Uvalde, Texas.
Thank you.
Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 2?
Item number 2 is a resolution honoring Ms. Cynthia Daniels on her contributions to the city as founder of Memphis Black Restaurant Week. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Logan.
Councilwoman Logan, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, today we're here and I'd like to honor a creative force in Memphis. Though she isn't a native Memphian, she's come to embrace our city as her very own. Ms. Daniels has branded a culture of excellence, high achievement, and value in Memphis. She has the remarkable ability of seeing a void in our community and filling that void in a way that has elevated the expectations and possibilities socially and financially, economically in Memphis. Today we honor you for your vision, your achievements, and your transformative spirit. And I'd like to read into everyone's hearing the resolution. Whereas when worthy circumstances arise, the Memphis City Council has seen fit to honor citizens of this great community as the founder and organizer of Memphis Black Restaurant Week, Top 40 Under 40 Urban Elite Professionals, Level Up Conference, Elixir, the Party Life, Black Christmas Expo, Black Bridal Expo, Memphis Vegan Festival, Soulful Food Truck Festival, and again, Memphis Black Restaurant Week. Whereas since its beginning in 2016, Memphis Black Restaurant Week has brought in more than $1 million to minority-owned restaurants. In 2022, 28 restaurants participated and nearly 50,000 patrons attended. And whereas Cynthia Daniels' reach goes beyond Memphis, having created the digital marketplace Juneteenth Shop Black virtual experience developed during the pandemic that brought in over 100,000 online visitors and helped 100 Black businesses in 22 cities earn over $1 million in sales. Other virtual events like Black Business Friday and Black Christmas Expo have collected over $1 million in sales for 300 Black businesses located across America. And whereas Cynthia Daniels has been featured prominently in local Memphis media and in national publications such as Black Enterprise and Essence Magazine, due to her trailblazing vision, business acumen, and extraordinary work that have elevated opportunities for minority business owners here in Memphis and around our country. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council honors and celebrates Cynthia Daniels for her pioneering work in the event planning, for her pioneering work in the event planning and cultural industries, achievements as a Black woman business owner, and contributions to this city of Memphis. Given by my hand under the Great Seal of the City of Memphis this 24th day of May 2022, Rhonda Logan, District 1, Chairman Jamita Swearingen, Council Chairwoman. And we so appreciate you. I want to have take a photo, and we have a gift. Give her another hand.
Can I get a motion on this item, please? It's moved by Smiley, seconded by Warren, and we'll approve this by acclamation.
Don't worry about it. It's local.
Madam Controller, would you please call item number 1?
Item number 1 is a presentation of the 2022 Memphis Youth City Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Congratulations to Mr. Ekpe and the African Jazz Ensemble and Ms. Cynthia Daniels for your continued commitment, service, and work here in the city of Memphis and with our youth. On behalf of Mr. Ike Griffith and myself, I'm Janet Thompson. I'm excited to present members of the Memphis Youth City Council. We have been away for 2 years, and this is our first opportunity to return to the council chambers. We're excited to be here. We have several members of our council who are here, and they are excited to be here and would like to share with you their impact and some of their leadership opportunities that they've had during the remote year, during the hybrid year, and our years we are returning to partner with you here, here in the council chambers. So let's hear from our young people as they continue to do amazing work with your support.
Good afternoon, members
Good afternoon.
of the council. My name is Talisa Elliott, and I am a now graduated senior from White Station High School. And I am the chairwoman of the Youth Council, and I am very appreciative of the opportunity to speak to you on today on behalf of the council. As we wrap up the end of Youth Council's year, I want to highlight the 4 points of Youth Council: community service, team building, leadership development, and council governmental connections and relations. Now, I don't have a long, extensive report for you, considering this Youth Council did a lot of readjusting this year from the last year, which we all know was a really horrible pandemic, and we are still facing the pandemic as of now. However, the month that shifted my own introspection of Memphis and the leaders who are behind me on today has to be the month of March. During the beginning of March this past year, the Youth Council was asked to host and help the opening of the first ever mental health community and wellness center at Cordova Middle School. While the opening was at Cordova Middle, the centers were also planning on opening at Manassas, Booker T. Washington High School, and also some other middle and high schools. This was a big step towards the right direction for mental health and how it concerns parents, students, teachers, and our community. A year prior to March, we had also been in conversation with Dr. Hargraves and the SES Social Emotional Mental Learning team, who conversed with us in a meeting about their suggestions for mental health in schools. The concerns and suggestions from our conversation were brought to life by the efforts and intentionality by Dr. Hargraves and her team. When we had this conversation, as I said, it was a year prior, so I was co-chair then, and to see it come to life this past March, it was extremely awesome considering during the pandemic we had gone through a lot. This council has made it our mission to focus on mental health and everything that interconnects with mental health. Parents, students, policymakers, administrators, and many more were affected mentally and emotionally after the pandemic. We have lost loved ones. We have changed our lives, literally. We have had to communicate through screens, and as a result, our minds have changed as well. The world stopped, yet we kept going, and I want to congratulate my cohort behind me the year before and this cohort for stepping up to have a hard conversation about something most people don't talk about, but the world has been forced to, and that's mental health. With that in mind, the Youth Council would also like to propose a few suggestions for you so you can keep this in mind. Number one, we propose more mental health resources distributed to all schools and regions in Memphis. Basically, the question comes to mind, who can access these resources? Not necessarily who deserves them, and not them being given to specific regions, but given to all schools. Number two, a staff-led forum in schools where students can submit their concerns. Staff will provide information and students will provide their concerns and their grievances. Number three, a suggestion box for you all, the members of the council, put into schools so that the youth have a direct link to you all, as well as being able to understand what even is the city council, and they'll submit these concerns directly into those suggestion boxes, and you all can read them and take those into consideration as well, because we are not the only voices that need to be heard. We ask that you please take these suggestions into consideration, and as it is my last year on this council, and as chairwoman, it will not be the last time you see me, because I'll always be a helping hand and steady, powerful voice for anyone on the council who needs it. With that being said, I want to thank you all for allowing me to stand here today, and a special thanks to Mrs. Thompson, Dr. Jones, the members of the council, Mayor Strickland, and Director Griffith. I will now allow my co-chair, Sasha Penn, to take over. Thank you and be well.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are y'all? My name is Sasha Penn. I'm a rising senior at Collierville High School, and I'm a proud member of the Memphis Youth City Council. This is my second term on the council, and I will be joining them for a third term as well. Talisa did an amazing job at explaining what all of our accomplishments were these past 2 terms. So one thing I want to say that is very important is to focus on youth. My generation is the next generation to make Memphis what it's going to be in the next few years. So we play a big role in this community. We're going to be making a lot of decisions soon. So focus on the education opportunities you can provide to youth. Focus on the mental health opportunities. Listen, please listen to what we're crying out for. As the Memphis Youth City Council, we can do a lot, but you have more power than we do. So you can make a lot more choices than we can and a lot more decisions than we can. So help us make a change so my generation can contribute to the future of Memphis in the best way possible. Thank you so much for your time today. Have a great day.
Good afternoon. My name is Brianna Massey. I'm a rising sophomore psychology major at Christian Brothers University. I served as a community service co-chair for the 2021 Memphis Youth City Council, and now I'm a part of the alumni section for the 21-22 council. I'm here today to speak about just two things in specifics. At the moment, I, of course, am the part of the alumni. Ms. Janet Thompson selected me to be one of the first alumni participants in representation for Memphis Youth City Council. I am currently this summer participating as an intern for the nonprofit organization of Seed and Success, where our goal is to make sure that each student from cradle to career is their outcomes are structured, and therefore they have the resources and the things that they need. Being a part of Memphis City Council has given me the ability to research and make sure that I allocate and advocate for myself and the people that are around me. And that has gotten me in a couple other organizations that I've been a part of, has gotten me to the point to being an intern. And I'm super excited because as a freshman, this is something that is not many as often as others. Also, we partnered with the Girls Inc. And we spoke to their staff about ways to engage in youth advocacy. I spoke to them specifically about things that just in order to ensure that youth are able to engage. So I would like for you all to also just make sure you're listening to me. It's super, super important that you must listen. In order to know what the problem is, and I wanted to make sure that the Girls Inc.'s staff noted that, and anyone and everyone in life, in order to know the problem, in order to know the solution, you must know the problem. So listening to themselves and encouraging students and youth to listen to themselves, allowing everyone, there's adults, listen to the youth as well, because many times their voice gets shadowed and overlooked at because of our age and the lack of experience that we are perceived to have. It's super important to understand that you must listen. Also, additionally, you cannot enforce anyone to do anything. However, we can persuade. It's super important to allow students to have the opportunity to be encouraged, and have us, fellow adults, be the ones to encourage them. It's super important. Also, I want to mention just in general, making sure that we talk to the students and allowing the adults to understand that they need to make space and take space. Being able to take the time, and Ms. Thompson explained to us very well and encouraged us that any time that we had an opinion, that we was able to voice it and speak it, and therefore our voice was extremely heard. Memphis Youth Council is meant for youth voices to be heard. I'm super, super proud and honored to be a Memphis Youth chairwoman, and I'm super proud and honored to be speaking to you all today. I thank you all so very much, and I'd like to pass my speaking role to Jonathan Robinson. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Jonathan Robinson, a graduating senior from Middle College High School. I have been a part of Memphis City. Thank you. I will be just reflecting on my experience. I've been a part of Memphis City Youth Council since my sophomore year, which was also during the beginning stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. Through this program, I have met amazing and impressive like-minded youth, and I'm so grateful that I not only applied, but was also chosen to join the Memphis City Youth Council. While most of our meetings and events were virtual, I always enjoyed logging on to Zoom and to be met with other people who wanted to help advocate for youth mental health, plan local volunteer events, or making essential good baskets for the homeless. Memphis City Youth Council meetings were always a bright spot for me during the COVID-19 pandemic. As I move on, Memphis City Youth Council will always have a place in my heart and be a part of my journey. I also want to say thank you to Dr. Jones and Ms. Thompson. They are amazing individuals and even better leaders. Lastly, I would like to echo the voices of my fellow cohort members before me and say that listening to youth voices makes a difference across our entire community. Thank you.
Greetings and humble salutations, council members. Hi, my name is Nina Collymore, and I served as a council member of the Memphis City Youth Council in 2021. And I am currently a rising sophomore at the illustrious Norfolk State University in Norfolk, Virginia. And thank you. I am attending on a full ride presidential scholarship, and I am double majoring. Thank you very much. I am double majoring in business entrepreneurship and business intelligence and data analytics. And I currently found out that I won the election to serve as the president of the Norfolk State Honors College. And I'm only a sophomore. So the reason why I bring this to your attention or want to highlight these specific things in my life is because I would not have been able to accomplish these things if it were not for the Memphis Youth City Council and for Ms. Thompson and Director Ike Griffith, if it were not for the Memphis Ambassador Program, if it were not for Memphis Challenge. And I mention all these other organizations because it is important that you know, well, at least for me, my call to action for you is to continue to pour into these great organizations for our youth so that they can be where I am, and to be as successful as these young people are today. And I'm so grateful that I'm able to speak to you about these experiences and to remind you that the youth of Memphis matters, and I do plan to come back because I believe that it is important to make your city and where you come from greater. So thank you again to the Memphis Youth City Council. It was a pleasure to serve and be a vessel for them. So yeah, and special thanks to Ms. Thompson. She's a great, great woman and leader for us. So thank you all again.
Thank you, but I know that the time is drawing nigh, and I just wanted to. Excuse me. I didn't want to take up more time, but it's my life has been a life of service. I worked 40 years in Memphis and Shelby County schools. Thought I was going home to retire. Started working with the Memphis Youth City Council and continuing to be a life of service, not just having students to do as we say, but to see us as role models. So I appreciate this opportunity and will continue to support the efforts here of the council members here, the youth in the city of Memphis, and continue to be a vessel for those young people who are going to come back and take these seats. As several of them have said, this is their first time in the chambers, and several of them have already said, I'd love to sit up there. They met Ms. Valerie Snipes out in the foyer here. She encouraged them, loved on them, and encouraged them to continue on their journey. So aren't they amazing young people? Thank you again for having the opportunity.
Councilman Jones, you may be recognized.
Ms. Thompson, our days go back to Memphis City Schools, and I'm sure that Councilman Warren shares that, and Ms. Robinson in her absence shares that. But I just want to take an opportunity to thank you for continuing to pour into the lives of young people. Ms. Elliott, your father is one of my closest friends. We go back to Central High School together, so I'm just proud of you and all of the other members. MEAC in the house, I'm a Howard grad, Miss Norfolk State, but just continue to pour into it. Whatever the council can do to expand this in other youth programs, I'll be the first one to support it. But thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Councilwoman Logan, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to commend Ms. Thompson. I really appreciate what you all are doing. You know, oftentimes we talk about the youth in our community, but we have a fine example here of those that are successful, and partly because of the work that you all do, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate the young people. I had a city council, one of the youth city council live in my neighborhood, and she was one of the most active residents in the neighborhood, and so I saw everything that we do and everything you've imparted into them actually at work in the community, a community stakeholder and leader. So I appreciate the work that you do, and it matters. So I agree with my colleague, whatever we can do to support that, I support you.
Thank you very kindly. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 4.
Item number 4 is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Union Avenue between South 2nd Street and South Front Street for legendary radio personality Bobby O.J., District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. There's a request for same night minutes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you may be recognized.
Mic on? Okay, there we go.
This item, excuse me, it's been moved by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilman Warren.
Okay. Chair and Comptroller, we have it's been an updated caption for that. I don't know if you all received it, but the streets instead of Union Avenue between South 2nd and South Front, because that's already with Michael Davis. It says on here, the Union Avenue between Riverside Drive and South Main Street.
I apologize, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. That was an updated caption, and I failed to read it.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I just wanted to make sure we got it right. That's all, Chair. And also, this is a conjoint effort between myself and County Commissioner Mikael Lowry, just to make sure in that we are honoring the late Bobby O.J. Close to where the original WDIA station is, but is already honoring someone else. So just to continue that honoring for the work that he's done and the impact that he's made on this city. So I would love if all council members would join in on co-sponsoring this resolution.
Thank you. Is there any councilman that would not like to be a part of it? Thank you. So all council members will join in with their resolution, and thank you for making it. Madam Comptroller, could you clear the... You may be recognized, Councilman
Thank you.
Jones.
Just one note, little spring chicken. WDIA used to be on Central, right where the dog park is, or the doggy daycare there. So I met Michael Jackson there way back in the day, but WDIA used to be on Central there.
Thank you very kindly for that historic information. Madam Comptroller, be clear the screen so we may cast our votes for item number 4. Council members, please cast your votes for item number 4.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed. Item number 5.
Is there a status on item number 3 today?
3 has been held.
Okay, held until what date, please?
The first meeting in July.
Thanks. Item number 5 is a resolution approving the Pure Academy Plan development at the subject property located at 4815, 4825, and 4847 Amy Road and 748 Wilson Road. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 22-06.
Thank you very kindly. This item, Councilwoman Johnson, you may be recognized. And can we get this item properly moved and second? This item has been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Johnson, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Chair. This item was brought before the committee, but there was not a recommendation, so we're sending it down without recommendation. I do think that we want a brief presentation, and there is opposition on this particular case that wants to be recognized. So may we continue, Chair?
You have the cards also,
okay,
Madam Chair.
Yeah, she wants the card. You want the cards? No, she wants the cards. Mm-hmm.
I gave them to you, but I will call them.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, Mary Aiken Deco. You may come to the podium.
Madam Chair, can we hear the presentation first?
You prefer hearing the presentation?
Yeah, but
No.
look, I think it's more than one opposition card I saw, right?
Yes, it has been requested to hear the presentation. Is that meet your
That's fine,
approval?
presentation and then comments.
Okay, if you don't mind, Miss, is it Deco or Deco?
It's
Deco? Akin Deco. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Akin Deco, if you don't mind, before you speak, it has been requested for us to hear the presentation regarding this item. Is that okay with you? Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, please.
There should be a seat available behind you. Yes, sir. If you could share your name and address for the records, please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Lucas Skinner with the Division of Planning and Development. Again, this is PD 2022-006. It's a new plan development for Pure Academy. Here we go. At Amy Wilson and Roads where Whitehaven Lane meets them. I'll be brief with this. Here's an aerial of the site. Again, Whitehaven Lane to the north, Amy Road to the east, Wilson Road to the south. Encompasses approximately 4 parcels. Quick zoning and land use, primarily residential area, several vacant lots within the area as well. The underlying zoning is residential single family 6. Few site photos. This is right where Whitehaven meets Amy Road. So there's a fence right there, and the picture to the right shows the existing house that's on the site. A few more photos show the residential structure as well as a view from Whitehaven Lane from the north. Here's the concept or site plan. Essentially, it's a multi-use educational facility. So the existing residential structure of the house will stay. The applicant is requesting to add a dorm, training facility, a dining or multi-purpose structure, and then a portable classroom, which has already been permitted. And then as well as the lines there are for a practice football field. In general, staff finds that all the structures as well as the uses meet the bulk regulations for the R6 district, and the setbacks are met as well as proposed building heights will all be within line of the R6 district. As far as landscaping is concerned, the applicant is requesting very unique and creative landscaping, including pollination gardens, fruit trees, so things that normal residential development would not normally see. Staff is in agreement of that. In conclusion, this is a new plan development for multi-use educational, athletic training facility for Pure Academy. Staff is in agreement that the plan development would be in line with the area and with residential zoning. The proposal was found to be consistent with Memphis 3.0 comp plan. So we are recommending approval with outline plan conditions found on pages 20 and 21 of the staff report. We are adding 2 conditions. One, language to allow a limit on students, so a maximum of 30 students, and if any additional students were requested, they would be subject to approval from this body, City Council. And then the second being for letter B, that to basically allow additional landscaping and fencing requirements. With that, I'm done with my presentation and available for any questions.
Are there any questions amongst the council? Councilman Smiley?
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. Quick question for you. So why the imposed limit on these students?
Well, I believe there was some conversation between opposition, applicant, as well as a few members of council in terms of what might be, for the dorms, how many students in general. We weren't really given a limit with the original application. So
this is something, sorry to cut you off, is this something that the parties have agreed to?
So far, yes.
Tentatively. Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you so much. Answer my question.
Any other question from the colleagues before I go to the owner and the opposition? Okay. Let's start it like this. We have opposition, and we have the owner. You each will be given 10 minutes. You can save some of your time if you wish so for revolt. But if you use up 10 minutes, you're speaking, it's 10 minutes up. Opposition that's going to speak. Who's all wants to speak in opposition? Will you please come forward? Got these minutes, God.
Who is the opposition speaker? The opponent got to go first.
Opponent, I think that's
Opponent got to go first. Hope you don't talk.
This is choice. You got 10 minutes. Okay. Opposition. You will be given 10 minutes to speak. Keep that in mind. I'm seeing about 5 people that would like to speak. So you need to make certain that each person has enough time. If the first person uses up 5 minutes, that's it out of 10, okay? And I think we're going to let the owner speak first. I'm sorry. Okay, the owner will come first, and then the opposition will get an opportunity to speak. And again, you can save time for the revolt. May I have a clock, please, for 10 minutes? Please identify yourself and give your address. Wait 1 second. Wait, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, the clock gets started. Yes.
Good afternoon. John Galwin. I'm a resident of Memphis at 3590 Central Avenue. I'm here with my wife, Tammy Galwin, with co-applicants for PD 2022-06 Pure Youth Academy. Also present with me is the Executive Director of Pure Youth Athletic Alliance, Melvin Cole. Pure Youth is a 501c3 not-for-profit founded by Mr. Cole back in 2011. Its mission is to break the cycle of generational poverty by serving at-risk, underprivileged boys grades 9 through 12 using education, mentorship, and athletics to change their lives for the better, and he's been doing that. His statistics are impeccable since 2011. Mr. Cole has helped numerous young men become first-generation college students and college graduates. This council we appreciate greatly because for the past 7 years, this council has provided a great deal of our operational funding through your generosity, and that has been consistent each and every year since we first came before you petitioning for such. And so we appreciate your support. Most of Pure students are escaping extreme grips of poverty, some from gang life in Memphis. Mr. Cole has established an incredible record keeping all of Pure's participants out of any contact with the juvenile justice system throughout his entire tenure as head of Pure. Mr. Cole has been building character and transforming young men for the better for over a decade now. Over 6 years ago, my wife became the volunteer operations director and education director. She's there on site every day. We started with many of these kids around my dining room table. In 2018, in July, we were able to buy this property with plans in the future to transform it into what is petitioned here today. We came in and purchased these 4 lots. There are 2 homes there. We had to raise a couple of homes, do a lot of cleanup of blight. In the neighboring lots around us, there's a lot of blight, and we have helped to clean up around us as well. While my wife and I had the resources to purchase the property, we did not have the resources on our own to do the construction that are in the plans that Mr. Lucas has shown you. But that has been my role primarily, going out and raising the money, and we have commitments now to move forward with this construction if this esteemed body grants this application this evening, so that we can go forward and build these new buildings that are on there, a dormitory that would allow us to house a total of 30 students there. We would have a total of 30 students by agreement, and then the cafeteria, gym. We already have a building permit for a portable classroom, which one day we hope to replace with a permanent, but all of it would be consistent with the architecture of the neighborhood. Mr. Lucas Skinner has shown you the plans. If you have any questions of us as the applicants and the owners, Mr. Cole has pulled a card to speak on behalf in favor, I believe, as well. So I'll reserve my time at this point and answer any questions that you might have about it. Thank you.
I'll wait.
Sir, now we have the opposition. Again, I remind you, you have 10 minutes collectively for everybody who wants to speak. Mrs. Akindeco,
Yes,
you may begin.
Okay, good afternoon.
Your name and address, please.
Mary Akindeco. I reside at 4898 Tulane Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109.
You may continue.
Okay, all right, Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to come before you. My comments center around the project, item number 5, resolution, and my consensus is that this project does not meet Memphis 3.0, is not consistent with Memphis 3.0. This in no way is a critique of the organization, their leaders, the objectives, and the goals. That's not what I'm doing, because their goals and objectives are laudable, and we do need that assistance for young men. My comment has to do really with the development is not consistent with Memphis 3.0. When I went to the Memphis 3.0 site, it says that its intent is to create a city of great neighborhoods and maximizes the ability to improve the quality of life for all residents. That site also focused on primary areas that created pedestrian-oriented places, improving the community character, maintaining more sustainability for this older area, which our area of Wilson Road, Amy, and Whitehaven Lane is, and the plan is expected to engage and educate the community. When I went to this website, I saw ongoing projects that were part of the Memphis 3.0. There's always the design of the architectural design that allows we to see what is the expected outcome of this development. There's emphasis on pedestrian-oriented areas, as I said, improvement in the community. Now, in our area, the project or the development is enclosed by an approximate 6-foot fence, which obstructs visibility. It carves itself out from the community. Though recently they did move the fence line so that there's easement, that could make it available for pedestrian areas that could be there, sidewalks. And with many attempts of the community to become educated about the project, there had been no apparent engagement or attempt to educate the community. On the contrary, the facility isolates itself from the surrounding community with that 6-foot wooden fence that looks like a fortress. On numerous occasions, residents in this area have sent emails to council members and the mayor's office trying to get more information. But it is important to have transparency. The community doesn't know what's going on there. We can't see. All the things that they're doing are great, the athletics, the education, but the community does not know. It's as if the whole situation is isolated from the community. There's no transparency. Rather than a wooden fence, could it possibly be a wrought iron fence where the community can see what's going on? And I assure you, when the community has buy-in, parents, grandparents will want to know more about this facility and send their children there. There's no focus really on changing the community character. You know, when I think about Soulsville, Back in those days, Soulsville changed the character of Macklemore. Everybody said, I'm not going to send my child to that ghetto area. But look what Soulsville has done, in addition to what you all have done to help with the 3.0. But Soulsville changed the character of that community. So did the Temple of Deliverance in this area. I can't go to church in a ghetto, but it changed the character. So it would be ideal that the academy takes advantage of changing the character of this community. Granted, there is still obvious blight, old houses, basically older populations. And the only difference is what we see now in the existing development is a 6-foot fortress that the community is not able to even, they would do the buy-in and sell the academy for them. But right now, we don't have that. And I would say this, when the council of the city of Memphis is touting the projects of Memphis 3.0, I can assure you, in the current development of this project, it will not be touted. It would not be touted as a success story for Memphis 3.0. So I appeal to the council members, if need be, if you want to tour the area before you make your third or your final vote and see if it meets the focus or if it is consistent with Memphis 3.0. And if you as a council decides that it is not required that this project be consistent with Memphis 3.0, or it bears no weight on this, then all of my comments become moot. And I would say, I thank you for hearing me and considering this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person, Mr. Charles Wade. Let him.
Mike. Hello. Okay.
Who is
yeah,
Charles?
these mics are not doing the best thing today. How many people are here to speak?
In opposition.
Of opposition. Will y'all please stand up?
Right.
For 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The reason why I'm asking that, we may need to give each one 2 minutes and add a couple minutes to the other side. That's where everybody can speak, where we can actually hear, because this is the first time we've heard this. This is all of a sudden come on the agenda, and these people have concerns. That's my district. We talked about it earlier this morning, but everybody, we need to give everybody a chance to speak. Then we will know exactly what to kind of do, okay? For both sides. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Wade, you have 2 minutes. Start the clock again and add the time up so the applicant will have ample amount of time as well.
My name is Charles Wade, and I live at 669 Wilson Road, to and fro. And I'm from Mill Baptist Church, deacon in Mill Baptist Church, and we're concerned about the area. I lived in Whitehaven area all my life, and we just concerned about the area. We're concerned about what's going on there in the area, and we wasn't informed of anything that's taking place there, and we just concerned individual, the whole group is concerned about the area, that what's going on there, and what might take place in the area. We're a concerned individual, and ever since they started there, we just concerned about the area, and we hope the council will look into it and see for itself. Just go down there and look at it. Just look at the area, and consider that. Consider looking at the area and looking at what's taking place in the area, looking at what's going on and what has been. The gentleman said he bought the area in 2018 and bought all 3 houses. And he wasn't concerned about doing nothing for himself. But because, like I said, Mill Baptist Church, I'm speaking in behalf of the whole area. We're concerned individuals, concerned about what's taking place there in the area. We are concerned, we're concerned. So please look into it before you make a decision. Thank you.
Name and address, please.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. My name is Donald Wade. I live at 669 Wilson Road. I am standing before you just to ask you, is it right for a person to come into your neighborhood when you have to call the police because they're upgrading your land? Then they put a wooden fence all around your land and try to take your land from you. That's what's happened with Pure. I have the pictures that the gates are hanging off the hinges. Then they said, Miss Tammy Goldwyn, she and I sent a certified letter to her on May the 7th. She responded back and said, give her to the 12th, and she would have the fence off of my property. Right now, the fence is laying on my property still. They made some attempt to do it. They upgraded trees. They upgraded my tree. They put a fence around my land. I had to get a survey, and I had to pay $2,000 for the survey to come out to prove to them that that was my land. And then after doing that, they still have not moved the fence off of my land. But yet and still, I had to call the police. The police had to come out to try to get this accomplished. The police were not getting involved with it. But still, is this right? Would you allow this to go on in your neighborhood? Even though they say this is an academy, what do you do? What do you teach your kids? You're teaching these boys to go in and take another man's property from him, put a fence around his property? That's not right. So you think about it. If it was in your neighborhood, what would you do? What would your decision be? Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Have
Excuse
a
me,
question?
sir. I want to see the pictures that he has.
Okay, Mr. Wade, can you provide those pictures? Wait 1 second. I think the owner wants to see the pictures. Well, I guess he doesn't. Go ahead.
And Councilwoman Johnson, you have some people in the queue that would like to ask him a question.
Okay.
I'll pass presenter.
Okay. No, never mind. Go ahead. Pass the pictures. Mr. Wade, they have some questions for you. No, she wants the pictures. Councilman Colvett, you are recognized.
I'm not going to be a naughty button pusher. Good afternoon, sir. Did you say $2,000 for a property survey?
I did, sir. I have a copy of it right here, sir.
Okay, I would like to see a copy of that.
Yes,
as a realtor, that shouldn't be $650. I'd like to know who charged you that much. And that's all I had, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person up will be Miss Shirley Holliday.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Holliday, identify yourself and your address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is
Thank
Shirley
you.
Holliday, and I'm 736 Whitehaven Lane. Okay, my problem is when we received the notice from the Division of Land and Planning Development. Okay. Okay, we have, and he stated that they have 4 properties, whereas they really have more than 4, because 737 Whitehaven Lane is fenced in too. So that's a problem. Okay, and in the beginning, what I can't understand is when we received the letter, which was March 24th, to meet at the site for April the 4th, then the problem is all of the things that they're requesting is already there. You know, you have the portable classroom there. You have the football field there, because I was watching when they were putting down the sod. So you're requesting something and then you have the portable classroom over there. The only thing that you don't have over there would be the multi-purpose room for dining and the dormitory. And the thing about it is, this dormitory gonna be brick and mortar, what it's going to be. Because here's the thing, if you want 30 children in this area, yes, we're blight, but we're happy. We love Whitehaven. I love Whitehaven with a passion. And I care about it. I grew up there. My church is Middle Baptist, Whitehaven, which is directly over the railroad tracks. And like they were stating earlier, yes, we were that small village because at that time we only had 5 streets that we were allowed to live on. Is that it? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Jefferson. I live at 650 Black Hawk, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. What I'd like to say to the board is that they got to get their priorities together before they talk about opening up a school there, because my grandson was there. They promised me that my grandson grades would go up. He had a 2.3. They promised that he'd get a 3.0. They're going to help him with the ACT. His grade still was a 2.3. They barely had teachers over there. A lot of them kids got mistreated. They don't need to open up nothing, not nothing at all. I saw him whoop them children myself. He broke a pallet on them kids. Melvin broke a pallet. Open up a school over there. I wouldn't recommend no child go there if they open up a school there. They don't need to open it or need to shut it all the way down. They don't have the proper staff over there. They don't have enough teachers. I saw Miss Tammy come out the yard crying. I had to pat on the back because the kids cursed her out. She was so discouraged. And I went to the school and did work and tried to help out over there. Everything is not in order. Do not open this school. Do not grant it.
Thank you. Raquel Scott.
Good afternoon or evening.
Name and address, please.
I apologize. My name is Raquel Scott. I reside at 710 Whitehaven Lane. I say it that way because it's 710. Some people think I'm saying 17. So 710 Whitehaven Lane. I'm sorry, take my mask off. I apologize. So used to have it on. Thank you. My name is Raquel Scott. I reside at 710 Whitehaven Lane. Actually, this particular academy is pretty much right in my front yard. And I have to say, my concern, I piggyback on what everyone else is saying about what's going on in the community, not knowing. I've lived in the Whitehaven community pretty much most of my life, and I've been where I've been living over 20 years. And to tell you that this has been quite a change, not necessarily for the best, it has, in my opinion, as a resident. Just want to share with you briefly what I have experienced. One morning when I was outside in our yard, my husband and I, we were talking, and the next thing we hear someone saying, "Stop being a blank," very loudly. We turn and we look in the direction where the facility is, and it's a gentleman, I don't know exactly who, I'm not gonna point fingers, but there was a gentleman out there talking to a child and some other young men out there. And when he said, "Stop being a blank," I will tell you that the blank was referring to a woman's body part. And my husband and I were like, wow. Where we live, we shouldn't be privy to any of this conversation. I'm not a saint, I'm not an angel, I'm not a child psychologist, but I know that was very inappropriate. And I know that sometimes my husband's an athlete, and I know sometimes coaches use colorful language, but that was clearly inappropriate. On top of the fact that as citizens, we had no clue that this was going on. I'm just gonna wrap it up, but I just really urge you all to consider, and like some of the other people have said, some of us in the citizens, come out, take a look, fully investigate before you give your approval. Thank you.
At this time, the applicant has an opportunity to come back with his rebuttal, please. Can you tell me how many additional minutes he has? You would add how many? 2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. I'll address these points in the order that they arose. First of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Skinner if he could affirm for us from Planning and Development's report to you that this application is consistent with Memphis 3.0. Thank you. That was part of the application and the finding of Planning and Development. There was discussion regarding our fence around the property. I would just point out to you that a part of the landscaping plan that we are proposing and the discussions that, and thank you to Councilwoman Johnson, who arranged to meet with some of the opponents, bring me some conditions, all of which I've agreed to, one of which is to soften the look of the fence by planting shrubbery all the way around the property to do so, which I understood was acceptable in advance. 4 years ago, I went to Planning and Development, made an application for a variance. That variance was approved by Planning and Development to allow me to build the fence. We needed the fence because we actually had experienced crime where people had walked onto the property without the fence and broken into the houses and stolen things. And we had wild dogs that were coming on the property and so forth. And so for the safety of the students, the fence was erected at that time, and it was done the right way with the right permission from Planning and Development to do it. Once we erected it, even the city engineer came out and asked us to move it slightly so that the line of sight would be correct, and I paid to have that done as well. Mr. Wade came up and addressed the fence, saying that a portion of it had gone on his property, and he is correct. And I had extensive conversations with Councilwoman Johnson about that, and I had people come out and move the fence, and contrary to his representation to you, that fence is moved, and it's consistent with the updated survey that we did as part of this application. It is not on his property. My wife was out there yesterday, the day before, and the day before that, and watched the work be performed and completed. Discussion alluded to Middle Baptist. Middle Baptist Church across the railroad tracks from us has supported us financially. They have welcomed our students and our teachers into their classroom, Sunday school classrooms. They have provided spiritual support for our boys, as has Greater Tabernacle on Auburn, which is 1 block to the east of us. Orlando Johnson, who is the pastor there, is the spiritual director for the boys. He comes and meets with the boys multiple times each month, and he has written a letter that I'm going to submit as part of the record as our neighboring church in support of us. Donald Wade talked about not being transparent. We held a neighborhood meeting. We posted signs. Mr. Wade came. I spent more time at that meeting showing Mr. Wade specifically what we were doing. And I'm going to ask Mr. Skinner to pull up a couple of slides here just real quick of Mr. Wade's property that we have been cleaning up because of the blight and the trash that is dumped there that he will not clean up. If you look at the screen right here, if we could darken the light so that you could see the screen a little bit, appreciate it. Mr. Wade doesn't live here on the adjacent lots, but this is owned by him. And this is the condition of Mr. Wade's neighboring lot, which we send our boys over to clean up as a result of what it looks like. And if you could show the next slide, Mr. Skinner, that's the next lot right there on Wilson. So our improvements to this neighborhood are enhancing it greatly, and this is what is surrounding us. And for the safety of our students, we have placed a fence around it, and we'll soften that look of the fence. Ms. Holliday spoke. Ms. Holliday gave an address on Wilson Road. I listened to her address that she provided at the Land Use Control Board, and she does not live next to the campus. She lives over in Line Gate, which is 1.5 miles east of us, past Elvis Presley Boulevard. and her daughter spoke, who does live by us, but she is not our neighbor, and she lives over on the other side of Whitehaven High School. I can talk extensively about the statistics of the proof of what Mr. Cole has done. We saw the youth city council members come in here who are young people that have great advantages. They're going to fine universities. Mr. Cole is taking people out of extreme poverty and oftentimes extremely difficult situations and providing those kids with the same kind of opportunity. This council has supported that effort continuously for years. We appreciate it. You want to? And some personal allegations against Mr. Cole were made, and I'll just let him address that. I've known Mr. Cole for years. My wife is with him every single day, and we have not experienced anything of the sort that's described, but I'll let him defend himself. He has a card.
Mr. Cole did submit a card, so please, you have 2 minutes, or just to finish it up. Identify your name and address.
I'll be real quick. Melvin Cole, I live at 4847 Amy Road. So I'm just gonna attest to this. About 6 years ago, we had a student that was about to go into foster care with the rest of his siblings, and I opted to adopt him so his life wouldn't be interrupted. And Mr. John Godwin came down to juvenile court and represented me, and that kid is currently in college, was ranked the #1 guard in the country in class of 2020. We have 0 police calls to our facility, minus the break-ins. We've never had anyone, anybody call, any commotion, anything like that. Someone locked their keys in the car the other day. We called the fire department, and the fire department said, "Wow, man, we didn't even know y'all was over here." So and then for Mr. Clark, listen, I can't change grades. Whatever a kid is gonna put in, that's what he get out of it. But I will say this, of the 9 kids that we sent to college, Mr. Clark's grandson was one of them. Now, I couldn't make his son get a 3.0 or change any grades or guarantee an SEC scholarship, but his grandson did come to me because on his own, because he was mistreated in Shelby County and felt like he didn't get a great education and an opportunity to play football, and we welcome him in to do so. The fence that they're referencing, I actually paid Mr. Clark $7,000 to put that fence up with Mr. Wade's agreement saying he support us and does God's work. Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson, could I just submit this letter into the record? This is from Dr. Orlester Johnson.
Even on that letter, this may establish clarity. This is Greater Faith Tabernacle. This is not for Miller Baptist.
Yes.
It was referenced to Miller Baptist, but it's Greater Tabernacle
That's
Ministry.
another thing. I would like to, if you could ask them, because I was told by the board, ask if they're authorized to speak for Middle Baptist, and their answer will be no.
Okay.
I had a conference call with them yesterday, and they told me that I could tell you guys about the support of giving $7,000 to put the irrigation system into the football field. Their teachers over there helped our kids pass the ACT and to get into college, and they also provided the educational materials and the TI-85 calculators for our students as well. And before we had plumbing, we was currently using the restroom and bathing over at Middle Baptist.
Okay, Mr. Cole, your time is up. Okay, we have council people in the queue. First, Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is for the applicant. I have a question. Someone said that they would like to see a fence that was wrought iron and where they could see what came and went on either side of the fence. And I was wondering if that was something you're considering further down the road, or are you more into the idea of just putting plantings on the outside of it?
Well, the plants are something we can afford currently. We're not Memphis University School, and I can't afford a wrought iron fence at this point. But I will tell you that if this application is approved, this evening, this opens the door to some funding that has been promised us that eventually, Dr. Warren, we can do that, and we would be glad to do that. Every condition that Councilwoman Johnson has brought to me, I believe I've agreed to every one of them, and I would agree to that. My only problem as I stand here tonight is the funding, and if I can do that, I would do that, Dr. Warren, no problem.
Okay, so what I heard you say was you can't do it now, but it's an aspiration of you build out the campus. That's going to be one of your goals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle. Recognized.
There, thank you. Thank you to both the applicant and to the neighbors. There's a lot that kind of came out there, but I think just to recenter what this body is here to determine is land use. And certainly, I think one of the most important things is that neighbors get along and have and build a good relationship. And I'm sure both parties would like to make sure going forward that they become good neighbors and can work out their differences. I think that's important, but I don't want it to take us away from what's in the purview of this body, which is what is appropriate land use for and around the neighborhood. For the applicant, I do have a question, sir, if you don't mind, Mr. Golan. I think earlier today you mentioned the timing of the matter and some Department of Education funding. Could you please walk me through exactly what is going on timing-wise in the funding tranche?
Sure. I'm going to call our education director, who has intimate knowledge, my wife, who's also an applicant, to answer your question.
Yeah.
If I try to answer it, I'll get some part of it incorrect, because that's not my area of expertise. But
Name and address, please.
Tammy Galwin, 3590 Central Avenue, Memphis 38111.
Yes, ma'am.
Now say your question again.
So let me tell you kind of let me give you the lay of the land about what's happening just generally at a high level here with this entire chamber. We have an applicant who has an organization that members of this body have supported and even members of the community have lauded and support. But we have a land use case that when this body decides on it is a permanent issue. And there's concerns from the community that in a typical scenario, this body would like to see worked out amongst you and your neighbors. And we don't like to be the arbiters of specific things. And so I need to understand for you, because there was a comment I think made earlier that this approval needs to happen today based on some sort of Tennessee Department of Education funding. Is that an accurate statement, and how is it tied to this approval?
It's tied to this approval because we are seeking actually a Title IV accreditation, which will provide us as a non-public school. So we'll be listed in Tennessee as a non-public school. As a non-public school, we will be able to receive funding from the state and from the federal levels, which we do not have now because we are solely a sole proprietor, and because we're not established as a school yet. Through our pilot project over the past 5 years, we've been educating the kids to figure out just what's the best way to educate them, how many educators we do need, and we've been doing that by privately raising the funds. And we've come to a point that the program has been so successful that we need to seek other funding. And it's been our suggestion that we go ahead and apply for the accreditation.
So when is that application due?
The application is already in. The only thing that is lacking is a fire marshal letter. And the fire marshal letter is, you can't do that in a residence. So that's the reason we had a portable school building brought on the property. We actually did try to get accreditation through some church partners, but they failed the fire marshal letter. So we brought the school portable building on. It is built completely to education specifications. We are even having to provide about $15,000 of additional fire and safety equipment to it.
And with this letter, we will receive it. But when we went to planning and development for the portable building, they suggested that we go through this process. So they were both tied together.
Okay. I will tell you one nuance to our rules, just on how our procedure works, because this could go one way or the other. It may get held. And what I'll tell you is the hold may not harm you like you think it's going to. Because had we approved it tonight, the mayor couldn't have signed the resolution. Well, this is just the truth. I mean, the mayor couldn't have signed the resolution for another 2 weeks anyway, because our minutes don't ratify until the following 2 weeks. And this wasn't added with same night minutes, which is a procedural step that should be rare, but it's not. My point to you is again, I think, and I see Councilman Smiley, who's a representative of Councilman Ford's district. We really like to see the neighbors try and work out their differences, and if it can't, then the council will step in and figure it out. So I guess
I've worked with a couple of, I've worked with Mr. Wade. We've transpired, everything has been in agreement as far as I know, so it's actually a little surprise to me right now, because we really have been cordial. We have been on the property, we've asked for volunteers, we're not really, other than the fence, and again, the fence was strictly from just a cost standpoint.
Sir, I get it.
Iron fence.
Look, and even lumber's going up, so I understand that. And I understand the need to have a safe and secure school area for children, for security. There's very few schools today that try not to insulate, or at least they want to be a part of their communities, but they need to insulate their children for safety, for obvious reasons we saw today. So I'm undecided right now what to do, because I want to be respectful of the neighbors and how we typically handle zoning. I understand the timing issues, but I'll yield the floor for Councilman Smiley and Councilman Colvett, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Could I add one part to the answer, though, Councilman? So just to explain, because I'm not sure she went straight to the point on the funding. So if we get the PD application approved, then we can get the fire marshal out to approve the building. We already have a building permit for that building, but because it's not approved as part of the PD, then there are funding windows with the state. We've already missed 2 of those in the application process. If we miss this coming window, this is not, we understand the timing of when Mayor Strickland would sign this, right, when the minutes would be approved and all that. We have counsel who's advised us on all that, but what I'm referring to is the next funding window will pass again, and so we've missed 2 of those because of the length of the process, and then every time we push this, we miss that. When we get that funding from the state, we have a private donor who has made a commitment to match that.
I hear you. I think we may talk past each other here real quick. If you understand the timing, what I'm really saying is it may be easier to bring you back in 2 weeks and approve you with same night minutes in 2 weeks than try and approve it tonight and then approve the minutes 2 weeks from now and allow you guys the opportunity. I'm not saying I'm going to do that. I'd like to hear from my colleagues, and they may have further questions. I'm just kind of laying out the procedural ground steps for you. And I'm trying to understand your timing as well. I do not, and I don't think any of my colleagues want to harm any child in the city of Memphis that's looking for opportunity and all the good work that's being done down there. As I said, many people have done that, but we also need to be respectful of those that have been in that neighborhood and are around there and hear their concerns. So just trying to get it all out there and get us recentered on land use alone. I yield the floor.
Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think the city council is in a process of doing what you call a balancing act. On one hand, you have the concerns of the folks who live in the community. On the other hand, you hold in the balance the potential, the future of young men who go to this institution. So while you all were speaking, I took a phone call. I took a phone call from a young man named Javarius Smiley. Javarius Smiley is 18 years old. His mother died about a year ago. His home situation was kind of uprooted. And he needed an organization to be his guidance. You see, his uncle could give him a call and try to lead him the right way, but he's not going to listen to me. Guess who he's going to listen to? Mr. Cole. And I asked him a very direct question. And the question was, what do you think about this organization? Because I went to the graduation, I spoke to some of the young men, and he said, I believe in organization. I said, okay, why? And his answer was real simple. He said, you don't know the conversations I have with some of my peers. You don't know the home life they came out of. And what I'm asking the neighbors to understand is, if our communities turn a blind eye to young men who are at risk, we know the crime numbers in this city better than anyone else. We know the poverty numbers better than anyone else. We know the struggles that these young men are going through better than anyone else. If our communities don't accept them, guess who will? The gangs. Guess where else they will go? To the streets. Guess where they will ultimately end up? There'll be another statistic. I think we have an obligation to lift young people up. I think we have an obligation to put them in a better position. And I understand that this may not be a favorable position for you all. I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. I think I have the sentiments of the council here. I think the council wants to see an institution like this lifted up. But we want to make sure that your needs, your concerns are addressed. And what Councilman Carlisle is suggesting is that's where I am now, which is we give you all 2 weeks to meet with Pure and try to work out the differences. It's not necessarily about trying to do you all wrong. It's about understanding we hold in balance, because everybody is paying attention to what we do today. And I want it to be clear. As Councilman Jones has always said, this council may not be in the education business, but this council is in the business of children. We have an obligation to each child to put them in a better position. And I believe wholeheartedly that Pure, I can't testify or speak to the inner workings of that business, but what I can tell you is this organization has directly impacted the lives in a positive way of so many young people who would, without this organization, been worse off. If I believe that Councilman Covette's in the queue, then Councilman Jones in the queue, and after that, I would love to, I would not call for the question, I would propose a motion to hold this for 2 weeks, and we bring it back with same 9 minutes.
Councilman Cravette, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Smiley, I don't know that I could, wow. In the interest of full and fair disclosure, I have been friends with John Galwin for 25 years, and he was the one that introduced me to the Boys and Girls Clubs and volunteering, and my life would not be the same. So, that being said, colleagues, when I look at a planning and zoning case, I look at it like a bunch of puzzle pieces, and I look at the applicant and I look at the opposition, and I'm particularly looking at what the concerns are and how the applicant reacts. Specifically, do they agree with the conditions? Do they, in the case that caught my attention, the fence, the infamous location of the fence and the moving of the fence? Sir, I hope that you will call me about that site survey, man. I then look at, did they follow the rules? You know, was there a neighborhood meeting? Was the planning done properly? And the answer to all this is yes. What I would like to do, because I agree with Councilman Smiley and Councilman Ford, this is your district, so I really look to your leadership in your district. I would like to hold this for 2 weeks with the understanding that we're going to go at this with same 9 minutes, but I would also like to offer my services, as you know I enjoy doing, getting both of these groups together finding common ground. That's what I like to do. But all things being equal, I know we want to do this right now, get this thing done, get it behind us. But at this point, if we can have the neighbors and come to an agreement, then we have good neighbors. One thing I've seen happen when we go like this, even if we have good answers to it, point and counterpoint, there is a negativity going forward, and you don't want that, okay? We all want to be good neighbors, so show us as a sign of good faith that say, preferably later this week, that we get both sides together. Again, if I'm permitted to come into your district and do this, I would more than love to help y'all mediate. But that being said, Councilman Jones, Councilman Warner in the queue, so I will not offer my motion to hold. Let you gentlemen go forward, and last one to offer it. Thank you.
Councilman Vice Chair Jones.
Thank you. This is a very interesting case, and I like to make data-driven decisions. And Mr. Cole, you said something a second ago that really struck with me when you indicated that there have not been any police calls over there. I understand that young people can be mischievous at times. I can empathize with the concerns that the neighbors had, but Mr. Cole, you've been over there how long now?
Since 2018.
Since 2000. So we're talking 4 years, and it's one of those things where you hear the term trust but verify. So what I'm going to ask is, during that time, I'm going to ask for reports over there. I can see if the neighbors are saying there's been an increase in break-ins, an increase in vandalism, any other type of things that stuff that children get into. But I haven't heard that here. If it would be one thing if the neighbors and I can understand you've made investments in your community, you care about your community. It's one thing for people to come to us, the people that live there, and say that, I've had my car broken into and I've had this stolen out of my yard. Just things that, I've had stuff vandalized and spray painted on my fence, or whatever the case may be. But I'm not hearing that from this group of children here. I'm not hearing that. And even if, and there may be some reports about this, but can we, just because it's taking place, it could be taking place there, and I see some nods, doesn't necessarily mean that it's these children. So that's what I'm looking at as I'm contemplating, and I went into it based upon Mr. Cole coming forward before this body, since I've been on the council and been supportive of it. I came into it with leaning towards approving it, and I'm still in that camp right now. And I am, because I haven't heard these things that would indicate that Mr. Cole does not have, doesn't have, the right oversight for the children whose lives that he's impacting and that he's touching it. And to Mr. Smiley's point, I think about if Mr. Cole isn't helping these children, do we just leave them to their own devices? I would say not. So those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the problem that the question I have that I think, colleagues, we need to know is about this window, the time window for state aid. And I need to know, what is the application due date? If we hold this for 2 weeks, will you definitively default and not be able to get the state funds? Will 2 weeks stop you or not? Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this, Shelby County has a deadline at the end of this month when you get the Title I dollars for the upcoming school year. So we are faced against that deadline for the upcoming dollars when it go into Shelby County for the Title I dollars. So all you guys are familiar.
So you've got Title I dollars that come up at the end of this month before our next meeting.
I just know at the end of this
End
month,
of May.
End of May, the 31st.
Okay, and
we need to be submitting.
Okay, and so the other question is, when is the window for the state funding that you're applying for Title IV, or whatever else that is, the Title IV window?
That window is kind of a rolling window. So right now, if you're familiar with the Eames 2.0 that Governor Lee just put down, so now they have so much money left over, they're rotating, and now we got to be in compliance to be able to get Eames 3.0 before we're
I'm asking for a date for the next application
From
cycle.
my understanding, the dates that we're up against is May 31st.
So for the state money, it's May 31st. Is
Yes,
that correct?
And the state money is considered Shelby County money because that's who holds the pool.
Okay, so in my mind, I understand us wanting to hold this, but
I do got one other question.
yes, sir.
When we say holding it and having a conversation, just like Councilman Jones said, I'm still unclear under the real issue. I mean, if someone would donate $200,000 right now, I'll get a wrought iron fence in the morning. So I'm not sure what we're working.
No, actually, what this means is before we make a decision, okay, we can hold this and vote on it at our next meeting, okay, or we could decide we want to vote on this with same night minutes tonight, pass it, and you could do your application by the 31st.
Right. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is that what we need to do?
Yes, sir. Because like Mr. John said, the only thing that's holding up, if this doesn't pass, then the fire marshal can't do his
I understand. So this would get the fire marshal in time for you to get your application in by the 31st.
We'll be able to so we can't get on the list to be able to apply. This gets on us on the list.
And when would be the next time you could apply for this?
I have no idea because they don't put that out further in advance like that. But I can imagine it will be the next school year.
The next school year.
23, 24.
And that's what you've seen in the past. It's been an annual basis.
Yes,
If
sir.
you miss this application.
Once you miss that window, you circle back out to the next school year.
Colleagues, based on that information, I'm wondering if we could, I make a motion to make this a same night minute resolution, and we vote on it tonight with same night minutes. If I could get a second.
Councilman Smiley, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. So before we, I guess, entertain that motion, what I would like to see happen, if it is all possible, if this council deemed advisable, is it possible we can hold this vote in abeyance for a period in time so that we can get a clarifying answer from the county commission as it relates to the Title I funding that should be coming down on May 31st? Because what I do want to see happen is Pure have an opportunity to have a conversation, at least engage in meaningful dialogue with the folks in the community. But I do not want to put the organization at risk of losing needed funding. But we don't know definitively if the deadline is the 31st, but I believe we can find out between now and the next 10 minutes or so.
I withdraw.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
1 second, Councilman Warren, do you withdraw?
Madam Chair, if I could withdraw my motion and ask the parties to perhaps discuss this outside of chamber, and let's bring this to the end of the meeting and deal with this at the end of the meeting if the chair would so approve.
Let's see if both parties are prepared to do that. Are we asking that the opposition, and I'm also facing this to Councilman Ford, this is his district, that he has requested to get the two parties together to see can they resolve it outside of chambers before the end of today.
I don't want y'all to lose the Title I. That's why I've been on the telephone. I don't want nobody to lose any money. What you all are doing is great. I have no problem with that, but I have constituents out there in that particular neighborhood. So, I mean, I need y'all to try to go together right now, go out with Councilman Corvette, see what we can come up with, everybody right now, where we can get this resolved tonight. And
Okay.
then we can move on with all your other stuff, and then they can come back. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, it appears as though Corvette is going to try to work. But let me advise the opponents in this situation. I hope you're listening to what you may perceive as the outcome of this setting. This is an opportunity for you to make sure you're able to get everything you want resolved. Tonight, I heard about the fence. I also heard earlier about the design of the structures that you wanted out there, and the idea of the general attitude of any instructor. So we also need to make sure what you can anticipate in regards to the day-to-day actions of whoever's in charge of that facility. I see your hand is raised. Will you please take it up with Corvette and try to work it out? If you can't, please come back and let us know, okay? I appreciate it. I have Councilman Ford.
I got one more thing to say. Now, we really need y'all to go out and see what you all can do, because the council, if we kind of passed it, you need same night minutes. You all did not approach us with same night minutes. That makes a difference. So that's why I need y'all to really go out there and see what y'all can do, and then come back to us, okay? Because they never talked about same night minutes. Now we are talking about same night minutes to try to help everybody. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so where we are is we're gonna let the two parties go outside, try to find resolutions between the two of them, and come back with their results. Chair, I send it back to you. Been an interesting one. Thank you.
Madam Comptroller, could we please go to the consent agenda, please?
On our consent agenda, we have item number 6 up for second reading. It's ordinance number 5824. This is sponsored by Councilman Jones. We have item number 7 also up for second reading. Ordinance number 5825 is sponsored by the Division of Public Works. Item number 8 is up for second reading. Ordinance number 5826 is sponsored by MLGW. Number 9 is also up for second reading. Ordinance number 5827 is sponsored by the Finance Division. Item number 10 is also up for second reading. Ordinance number 5828 is also sponsored by the Finance Division. Item number 11 from our Engineering Division is a resolution approving the engineering plans for DMC Mobility Center. There's a request for same night minutes for item number 11. The contract number is CR-5401. Item number 12, a resolution approving the final plat for Memphis Auto Auction, Plan Development, Third Amendment, Phase 1, Prescott Road. There's a request for same night minutes, and the contract number is CR-5402. On our add-ons, we have a consent agenda item. It's number 31 on the add-ons. There's a substitute ordinance amending ordinance 5686, establishing a pre-K education special fund to provide a new dedicated funding stream for Special Fund 245, up for first reading. Ordinance number 5829 is sponsored by the administration. And also we have item number 36 on our add-ons. It's a substitute ordinance to establish funding dedicated to transit and mobility, up for first reading. Ordinance number 5830 is sponsored by council members Ford, Carlisle, Robinson, Canali, Colvette, Easter Thomas, Johnson, Jones, Logan, Morgan, Smiley, Swearingen, and Warren. Chairwoman Swearingen, that concludes our consent agenda items.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We do have a quorum, Madam Comptroller. I see you
Yes, ma'am.
counting. This item has been moved by Vice Chair Jones, seconded by Councilwoman Michael Easter Thomas. Please clear the screen so we may cast our votes for the consent agenda items.
Madam Chair, I want to speak on item 11.
We don't speak during consent agendas.
Canali, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Pardon me? This is the vote for the consent agenda. Canali, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Morgan, yes. Carlisle, yes. Ford, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes.
This item passed. Thank you very kindly. Fiscal consent agenda, please, Madam Comptroller.
On our fiscal consent agenda, we have item number 13, a resolution to approve and accept in-kind donation valued at $14,000 from the Friends of City Beautiful, One Tree Planted, and Origins Cosmetics Company for the installation of 28 trees at McFarland and Lynn Ridge Parks, Council Districts 3 and 4, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Memphis Parks. There's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very kindly. This item has been moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilwoman Michael Easter Thomas. Madam Comptroller, please clear the screen so we may cast our votes for the fiscal consent agenda item. Be 13.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed. Madam Comptroller, the MLGW fiscal consent agenda items, please.
Those will be on our add-ons, and they will be 27, 28, and 29. Item number 27 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12174. Waste Management Services with Trade-A-B Environmental Services, LLC, in the funded amount of $100,000. Item number 28 is a resolution awarding contract number 12356, Sheehan Filter Valve Replacement, to Landmark Construction General Contractor, Inc., in the funded amount of $785,400. And item number 29 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Stribling Equipment for backhoe loaders in the amount of $1,270,520. Madam Chairwoman Swearingen, that concludes our MLGW fiscal consent items.
Thank you very kindly. This item has been moved by Vice Chair Jones, seconded by Councilman Warren. Please clear the screen so we may cast our votes for the MLGW fiscal consent agenda items.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed. Madam Comptroller, please call item 26, IBEW impasse.
Item number 26 is a resolution approving the recommendation of the 2022 IBEW Impasse Committee that the last best offer of the IBEW be approved and that the last best offer of the IBEW be added to the FY 23 operating budget. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by IBEW Impasse Committee.
Thank you very kindly. This item has been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. Councilman Smiley, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Impasse Committee met and decided to accept the total economic package of the union. And I'm going to lay out the ground rules and then we're going to get to it. Each party is permitted 15 minutes. So the parties that you make your way to the front, each party is given 15 minutes or longer at the discretion of this body, but we're going to try to keep it under 15 minutes.
Bonus points if you're shorter.
I agree with Councilman Carlisle to present before the vote. There needs to be a motion, affirmative motion, and a second to either accept the total economic package of IBEW or the city's package as well. And with that, Madam Chair, with that, can we have Mr. DeWitt, could you come to the mic? State your name. Can we get 15 minutes on the clock? And please keep in mind the comments of Councilman Carlisle.
I got you.
We like brevity on this body.
I promise you I butchered my arguments.
All right, when he starts speaking, let the clock run.
J. DeWitt, 1870 Madison Avenue, 38104. I am the Chief Negotiator for the Crafts Association of Memphis. I want to say first, good evening, councilors, staff, and all the city workers who make these meetings happen. We appreciate you. I come before you today with some good news. We don't have an impasse here. We actually have a signed agreement. The Crafts Association represents 7 unions of the city of Memphis whose members all have special skills which classify them as craftspeople. In a moment, we're going to review this agreement, drafted and signed by a designated agent of the mayor. That agent and the union, represented by me as the chief negotiator of the Crafts Association, engaged in good faith bargaining with 6 meetings in the month of March, where we reached a fair and equitable agreement with the administration. We did that a day early on March 30th. By midnight of March 31st, the negotiation period was over. And I'm going to tell you that the city got a lot more than they bargained for. We had the most cooperation at the table between labor and management that anybody had ever seen that was on my negotiating committee. The goodwill was running high, and we had a lot going on. I'm afraid that all that changed 2 weeks later when the administration sent us a memo that rescinded their agreement and gave us no cause. I gave y'all a packet. I sent a packet to y'all that has some documents in them. I'd like to review them with you now. Does everybody have those in front of them? I think that's the case from the city that you have.
I don't think we do, Miss.
No. It's in your document.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Has everybody got that in front of them? Okay. All right, the first thing that we have there is ground rules. We negotiate these, everybody does, every table before every time you go into a negotiation. I'd like to note that the last 2 sentences on the second page of rule number 6 provide that articles are binding when they're approved by a final decision maker, and that this approval shall be given prior to the negotiation deadline. The next line brings that into emphasis as to when that is. It gets down to the minute, and it's from our impasse ordinance. It's law. You'll notice on the last page that it's signed by the mayor's appointed agent and the chief negotiator for the administration at our table. Next document you'll see is the meat of the situation. It is a signed agreement. This is a signed agreement between the union and the administration. The first page has the wages that reflects our total economic package that you have before you that you're voting on. The pages that follow have some longevity increases and a raise for lead employees. The last page, as you'll see there, page 5 of this document is signed. It is signed by an agent of the mayor, an agent of the administration. He's an alternate chief negotiator for our table, and he's the division director of general services where half of this bargaining unit is. This is the last correspondence that I got that day on March 31st. Barring some catastrophe, there's really no cause for this not to be our agreement moving forward. We finished early, 32 hours before our deadline. We struck a deal. And the next day, a few clerical errors were found in the wage article. And they were dates. They weren't anything big. They sent it to me, and we signed it again. This document's been signed twice before the deadline. Okay, that was done. Next document is the city's total economic package. If you take a look at it for me, it's on city letterhead. It's got a lot of red writing on it. 13 days passed since the negotiation session, the last negotiation session. The negotiating committee went back and told the 133 members of this bargaining unit that their employer had bargained in good faith and had struck a deal at the table for the first time that any of them had seen. The administration contradicts their own agent's signatures with this document, and they're substituting an offer that's backward moving. They have some costing analysis, and so do I. Both of them show that this deal on this piece of paper is worth less than what we had in March, and therefore it's in bad faith. I've heard arguments from them that it's a clarifying document, that it doesn't change anything, but I'd like to draw your attention to the last word of the second paragraph on that. It's underlined and it's in italics, and it says rescinded. This is a memo to rescind an offer. It's not a clarification. Also, the bonus has been moved to a side letter that I've never seen. I don't know that it's ever been drafted. The city's total economic package does not have longevity increases, and it does not have lead crew person increases. We'd eliminated a hazard article from most employees. It's back. But in the process of doing that, without getting in the weeds too much, they took a 1.5% off the top of every wastewater treatment plant employee that we have in our unit. The next document in there is the impasse ordinance itself. I don't want to get into it too much in the weeds. If y'all have questions, you can have them. But I think it shows in there in the definitions and in the pre-impasse procedure that this isn't in order. We aren't at an impasse because we have an agreement, a signed agreement. I've got some costing analysis there. The only thing I want to point out is that our deals aren't too far apart. I don't have access to compression data, so I have to just do what directly affects the people that I have data on. We're talking $20,000. The city committee said it's something like $300,000. That's a whole lot of difference. But relatively to the budget, it's not a whole lot. It's really not. And I say that for one reason. I say it because the mayor said it at his State of the City address. He said we're doing okay. We're not poor. We can afford this. It's fair and equitable. There's been some talk about being worried about valuing craftspeople over firefighters who got 3% this year instead of 5%. Sanitation workers don't make the same as firefighters who don't make the same as craftspeople. We decided everybody in their different rates when we set these job descriptions up. We don't need to divide them this way. And also, if it eases your mind any, I've spoken with representatives of the firefighters, ASME, operators, machinists, dispatchers, and police, and no one is opposed to this deal. 4%, 40%, doesn't matter. They've all indicated to me that they can take care of their own business and they'd really rather not be part of this. It's also worth mentioning that according to the total rewards data on the City of Memphis website, fire has seen wage increases of 10% during Strickland's administration, whereas the crafts have only seen 4.5% in increases. So I promise you, none of the firefighters are feeling like they're victims of inequity towards us. So I'll close by saying this. We all know that moving backwards on labor negotiations are bad faith and that it's unethical. I'll say one final time that I think that our union feels that this argument that the city's been putting forth, that this ordinance gives them a right to rescind a negotiated signed agreement, is specious and that it misinterprets the ordinance. Although a lot of people feel differently than I do. If you feel that right's granted by the ordinance, we still have the question as to why we would use that power here. We've never used it since this ordinance was in place since 2017. Why do it? Why back out? Is it right as an employer of 133 people to change the terms of the deal you made and signed? If you do it, shouldn't you give good cause? I'm asking you all to do the right thing today. A person's word and their handshake means something to these people. They're in high demand right now. West Tennessee and Arkansas craftspeople have so much work right now that we can't even fill it and there's no end in sight. I made an initial offer of 15% increase for this unit. I did not think I was going to get 15% increase for this unit. It was an initial offer, but I never make an offer that's not based on something. Kimberly-Clark, it's called KTG now, FedEx, DuPont are all paying 115% of the scale that the city's paying right now. This agreement at 4% barely brings them even with their peers in construction. These people want to serve their city, but the people who bring you light, heat and air, traffic signals, and operating first response radio system, lines on our streets, and working toilets in our municipal buildings, they need their administration, their employer, to keep their word. We have a fair and equitable agreement that we've signed and agreed to. Please don't let it slip away from these people. And that's all I got. Just 5 minutes to spare, sorry.
Councilman Smiley.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Is there any questions for Mr. DeWitt, or are we gonna, no questions? Okay, we'll hold the questions until the administration has an opportunity to present. Ms. Hyman, always good to see you. The floor is yours whenever you are ready. Are you speaking from there?
Yes.
All right. And our colleagues are so thrilled to see you present before the full council. Somewhat different on the other side. And before you actually get into your presentation, Ms. Hyman, you know the rules. Name and address for the record.
Absolutely. Am I ready for the clock? Comptrollers? Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Brooke Hyman. I'm at 125 North Main, Suite 414 in the Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Office. And our office handles the labor negotiations. So I'm going to jump right into it and go through our presentation and also address some of the concerns voiced by Mr. DeWitt. The city's position this year, and can we dim the light a little bit because it's hard to read? The city's position this year is that the craft's request of 4% will create an inequity amongst our employees, including a greater amount than our police, fire, and emergency dispatchers. And the reason that that creates an inequity is that the rest of our employee associations and our general employees are receiving 2%. All non-represented are receiving 2%. ASME is receiving 2%. IMAW is receiving 2%, and IUOE is receiving 2%. And back in on December 15th of 2020, the City Council asked the City of Memphis administration, and specifically the Human Resources Division, to make public safety a priority when they passed the Public Safety Task Force recommendations, which included increased hiring, increased emphasis on needs and benefits for public safety employees to ensure that we attracted and retained good talent in those pivotal workforces, like many of our other employees. Council has also requested that we be fair and that we always present and maintain a balanced budget. And if we are not going to be fair, if there's going to be a difference, we have to have something to back that up. The 1.48 resignation rate of the Crafts Association does not compare to the 34% of fire recruits that resign, to the 28% of dispatchers that resign, or to the 22% of police recruits that resign. So our good stewardship requires prioritization. And this year, to reward all employees for their work done during COVID and throughout the time in serving citizens, the mayor proposed $15.8 million in raises. Of that $15.8 million, again, all general employees, non-represented, ASME, IMAW, and IUOE received 2% increases. Fire received 3%, dispatchers received 4%, and police received 5%. And, you know, I really commend Mr. DeWitt. He is correct, and we did experience unparalleled cooperation. We had a smooth negotiations process, and during this process, the EDI office and team and different agents and different people from within the city government showed up. We had 6 negotiations, and Mr. DeWitt disagrees. We've had conversations and made it very clear to him that these things remained in play and were part of our deal. Increased summer training pay for reservists and National Guards, including the buildings maintenance mechanics, craft assistants, and maintenance assistants as a part of the IBEW bargaining unit. The city agreed to longevity pay increases. We also agreed to shift differential increases. And after reviewing litigation and internal equity, the city revised its total economic package in accordance with impasse ordinance 5639. And it reads, and I know that everyone has a copy, following the negotiation deadline, at least 7 days before the mayor proposes his budget, the mayor's designee shall advise the employee organizations of the total economic package. That is what we are here for today. Mr. DeWitt would have you to believe that we're here based on a last best offer, but that is not the case. The ordinance does not require that. And so I've highlighted a few portions for you to view today, including the whereas portions that makes it clear. Whereas referendum ordinance included a separate provision set up by council for impasse and arbitration procedures. You can't take a seat at the table unless we are at impasse. So the idea that we have an agreement and we're not at impasse goes contrary to the entire ordinance. Also, the referendum 2766 does not alter the home rule charter. It prohibits the city council from interfering with the operation of city administration and the control of the mayor for requesting contracts. Also, it does not authorize or direct council to exercise legislative powers under the charter or to propose budgets for the city or to approve or amend any things. With the impasse ordinance, it has to work in tandem, not in contradiction to the city charter. And in the city charter, it's very clear the legislative and executive powers. Section 12 of the charter states that the operations and capital fund budgets of the city, together with all budgets, are required to be submitted and shall be prepared and submitted by the mayor with the assistance of directors. It will be presented to council, which shall approve or amend any and all said budgets prior to the adoption of the tax rate, as now provided. That means that contracting authority remains with the mayor, but budget approval remains with the city. Section 14 further states, all contracts requiring disbursement of funds shall be limited in an amount not excess and that providing the appropriate budget. When the mayor presented his budget, this request was in excess. So the total economic package was amended to match with the budget and with the powers vested in the mayor by the city charter. An ordinance 5639 cannot contradict or go counter to the rules of the charter. So just to give you a rundown, when each year you guys see a ton of directors come in, but prior to that process, they meet with the mayor and the financial team. Their dream budget may not be what makes it into the budget. And when the mayor's budget is presented, that's what their budget is. Similarly, we meet with our labor associations and we present an agreement that would be suitable. Once a determination is made with the mayor and his designee and the finance office, that can be amended just as it was this year. So it would be unfair, it would be inappropriate, it would be counter to the charter for the city of Memphis to require the EDI office and the labor unions and to bound them by a budget that the mayor solely has the power. Furthermore, contracting power lies solely with the mayor. There is no contract with that. And furthermore, there is some case law. I have provided copies for you. MOUs are not enforceable contracts in the state of Tennessee, so our last best offer does not carry the same weight as a contract. And Mr. DeWitt is aware, the city is aware. And even with the ruling that we are not bound by MOUs, the city operates in good faith each year and holds negotiations. We honor those negotiations as amended and included within the budget. So we are at impasse and you are the arbiter. And what council has to decide today is between the city's position, which includes a 2% raise for all positions in FY23 and FY24, and a 0.5 increase in hazard pay, or IBEW's position, which includes a 4% raise in FY23 and FY24. And I also, again, can agree with him, we're not far apart. And what he alluded to is we're not far apart because this offer did not change a great deal. When we looked at internal equity, 2% was what was going to be provided to all citizens. And we did also increase in our initial offer hazard pay by 0.5%. That language was clearly confusing for some, so we clarified. It is not a 2% increase in hazard pay. It is simply a 0.5 increase. And something that was not mentioned is in the initial agreement that was submitted by IBEW that the city accepted, they did not include the wastewater treatment plant, so the city did not cut them out of 1.5%. To the contrary, in our last best offer that's in the packet that you received from Mr. DeWitt, as well as the materials, we included a 0.5 increase for all members of IBEW, whereas in the initial offer, IBEW sought to exclude its own membership. In the spirit of equity, we didn't want to make that same mistake. So we included each and every member of the IBEW community. In addition to that, the city has agreed to bonuses that will amount to $742,000 for their members. It would mean a bonus of $1,500 in FY23, $2,000 in FY23, $2,000 in FY24, and $1,500 in FY25. So again, we are asking council to agree that with our position, crafts should not receive a higher salary than police, fire, and emergency dispatchers. They should not receive more funds than they should not receive a greater raise than the 857 employees of ASME, than the 150 employees of CWA, than the 72 employees of IMAW, or the 258 employees of IOE, or countless non-represented employees. So we're heeding your call to make police, fire, and emergency dispatchers a priority. And we are being fair and maintaining a balanced budget as is required. Finally, the crafts 4% raise will create inequities for general employees. And providing a 1% increase would cost for all general employees, including ASME, IUOE, IMAW, would cost $1.87 million. If we were to increase it by 2%, as they're asking, for all employees that are similarly situated, it will cost $3.74 million.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman. Council members, if you have any questions, I suggest that you get in the queue. And I will say this, Ms. Hyman, you didn't save any time for rebuttal, so the council members will probably still ask you a couple of questions. Any council member? Well, there we go. Let it begin. Hit the request to speak in the... Okay, so first we have Councilman Jones, well, Vice Chairman Jones. The floor is yours, good sir. Well, take that back. Hold on, Councilman Jones. Mr. DeWitt, you have, I think, 5 minutes for rebuttal if you would like to. No rebuttal?
No, thank you.
All right, so get straight to the questions. Councilman Jones. The floor is yours, good sir. Can we get his mic on?
My questions, Ms. Hyman, begin with, I'll start with history of increases and bonuses on page 13 of your presentation. Is this just for this association?
Yes, this is specifically for IBEW.
Okay. Colleagues, as we go through this budget season, what would be helpful for me is for us to have, particularly in the time that I've been on the council, so from 2016 on, for every bargaining unit as well as all general employees, what the raises and increases have been. Now, a lot of people, we have a lot of people that work for the city. I know that there are different responsibilities that police and fire have, but you let the trash pile up in this city, what's going to happen? And what I don't want us to continue doing is continue to create different classes and reward systems for employees. Now, we do recognize that, I do recognize and cognizant of the role that police and firemen play. But for us to continue down, before we make any type of decision, I think instead of looking at things in isolation, we look at things in totality. And what would be helpful for me is to see everybody's raise 2016, 2017, police, fire, IBEW, ask me, all of it. So do we have that handy right now?
We don't have it handy right now, but I can let you know that the non-represented and represented increases have almost been in tandem. I'll have to get to you on the police and fire because we've had some philanthropic dollars that were also included, but I do want to
I'd like to see it just from the general fund.
That spreadsheet tonight.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful for me, and that's going to drive my decision making with this, particularly if we've seen some years, and I don't recall all of them can sort of tend to blend in, and I may forget what have happened one year versus the other, but I think that type of information is going to be, I don't want to perpetuate our sending a different message to different employees. We are in a different situation than we were a year ago. We're facing some inflationary pressures that we didn't face a year ago. One of the things that I always keep in mind when I'm dealing with city employees, particularly those who start a career here and who end a career here, these people don't have Social Security to depend upon. So these type of raises and increases are important to their well-being, not only as employees, but even when they are retirees. So I like to see that information, and we make a decision in totality, not looking at a piecemeal recommendation for this body, this bargaining unit. So thank you. Those are my concerns.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours. Mike.
Need to go back to Brooks that you had, where it had 1% increase that makes it 1.8 million.
I included that so you can see what the cost would be if we were to give a 1% increase to all general employees.
Okay.
That would cost $1.87 million. And to equal what IBEW is requesting, it would be 2%, which would be $3.74 million.
But IBEW would be getting 4.
Yes, so I included both, 1% and 2%.
Okay, so if the rest of the employees at least came up to 3%, we would only be looking at 1.87.
Yes, but IBEW requested 4.
Okay.
So we had, the 2 would make them equal.
Okay. All right, that's what I wanted to know, in case we can think of what we can do for the other employees. Okay, but I'm just looking up there, keeping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be very quick. I know $300,000 sounds like a lot of money for people, but in the grand scheme of basically an $800 million operating budget in a hyperinflationary environment I think we accelerated 8.3% in April in the consumer pricing index, which basically says that goods cost a lot more. This seems like a pretty simple, quick, easy decision to move forward in a hyper-competitive environment. To Mr. DeWitt's point, if we're going to attract good people and we're going to retain good people, you got to pay good people. And so to sit here and no offense, I'm happy to work till the cows come home, but to sit here and belabor this point for the next 2.5 hours seems like not the best use of our time. So I'm ready to move the previous question.
Seeing there are no council members in the queue, Madam Chair.
Well, motion's been made, Chair. Motion's already been made for the members in the queue.
Hold on. So
Clarify.
That is a very good question, Councilman Jones. I'm assuming someone needs to make a motion. You moved the previous question, so to accept the economic package of the union.
Yes.
Of the impasse committee.
Which is?
Is there a second?
Second. Which is?
Second by Councilwoman Johnson. The motion, for clarity purposes, is to accept the economic package of the union. And it was moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson.
So just to clarify, that's at 4%, correct?
4%.
Okay.
And no hazard pay.
Okay.
No, it would, so we need to clarify that because the package reads 4% with a rollover of hazard pay in FY23 and FY24. The clarifying language is because if you roll up hazard pay, there is no hazard pay to be included in FY24.
Go back to you and just a comment.
So if you have 2% hazard pay and you roll it up and it's non-existent, the language in the last best offer before you says to roll over hazard pay. There would be no hazard pay to roll over. So it's not 4%. It would be 4% in FY23 and 2% in FY24. That is why there was clarifying language.
Okay. Attorney Wade, could you come opine on that? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but we know that you're always ready.
My brain's back here, so I don't have to say anything.
So the question before this body, so the total economic package offered by the union, proposed by the union is 4%, which includes the hazard pay being rolled into it. The language of the signed document by both parties says 4% in the second fiscal year, but it also has the language as the hazard pay is being rolled into it. The problem with that, and this is when it gets, I won't say hyper technical, but more technical than it should be, is the fact that there may not be hazard pay in the second year, but the language of the written document still says 4% in both years. So could you opine on whether, if this body moves to accept the total economic package of the labor union, will we be voting for 4%, which includes the hazard pay rolled in the base pay, and will it be 4% in the second year? Or will it be 2% in the second year because technically there would not be any hazard pay in the second year? That's a lot.
Okay, am I on? The specific language would control over the general. So even though it has 4% in the second year, the intent of the parties was that it include a rollover, which there is none. So you can't disregard the rollover language and just give 4% that second year. You have to give effect to that language, which means that if it doesn't roll over, there isn't any. So you would be 4%, 2%.
It means no rollover.
Or a 0.5 increase in hazard pay as included on the city's total economic package.
Okay, so I'm going to ask one question, and then I think I just opened up a can of worms. So my question, to clarify what Attorney Wade just said. So the total economic package offered by the union in the first fiscal year before us is 4%, which includes a 2%, which includes a hazard pay rollover that gets us at 4%. The second year that's before this body, it says 4%. And it was intended that a 2% rollover of hazard pay would be included. The problem with that, which makes it problematic, is the fact that there is no hazard pay in the second year. So effectively, it brings it down to 2%. So that's where we are now. So my statement or question, I guess we'll go to Mr. DeWitt.
Yeah. If you would
Just speak to that, and then.
Could I speak to that for a moment?
Absolutely.
If you guys would please turn to, you have the impasse ordinance in front of you, okay? And I know that Mr. Wade is very practiced in law, and I know that you trust his opinion, but I want you to read some language real quick for me. It says the council shall act only this is part G. It's on, the pages aren't numbered. Number 3 is arbitration procedures for resolving impasses over a total economic package. Okay? Are y'all there? All right. If you go down to G, it says the council shall act only as final arbiter of impasse between the city and the employee organizations and may not negotiate with either the city or the organizations, or it's not worded very well. That's a mistake. Alter the economic package of any party. The impasse, and so we can't sit here and renegotiate what we got. I think what she's doing here, she's still arguing her point. But the impasse committee delineated the offers of the city and of the administration. It says that here in F.
There's not a page number.
Not a page number.
It's up on the screen.
You must choose the last best offer for one of the parties, and it delineates the recommendation of the council shall delineate the total economic package requested by each unit compared to the total economic package proposed by the mayor. The total economic package as presented in the documents that I got show a 4% increase on wage rates. That is what the committee recommended. That is the intent. Mr. Adams is not here to talk about intent. Ms. Hyman was not at the table. I'm telling you what the intent was. 4% all the way. We talked about it and we shook on it.
It was 2% wage increase.
Okay. Let's not argue between each other. Speak to this body.
No, I was clarifying. The
Point of inquiry.
Was a 2% wage increase and a 2% rollover.
So clearly we don't have a meeting of the minds, or we don't have a meeting of the minds today. But I'm going to go to some of the council members
Point
and
of
get them
inquiry.
to opine on it. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to litigate this. What I am going to do is ask a very simple question, because I think generally this body wants to ensure that crafts understood and IBEW understand that they're appreciated. But I know that there have been times where the council, and no offense to Mr. Witt or Ms. Hyman, will fix this in budget wrap-up, whatever we agree to, which is why I have never understood why we go through the impasse process. It is a Super Bowl of, not to you, Mr. Witt, but every time we've gone through it, just a whole bunch of hemming and hawing that takes about 3 days and several hours that can all be fixed in wrap-up. So, Attorney Wade, I understand that we need to render a decision in order to give the finance department and the chief operating officer time to prepare the budget by budget wrap-up. Can we delay this issue, or can we get this fixed until some other time? I mean, we've got budget wrap-up on Wednesday. We can re-adjourn if we need to, but this is not going anywhere fast. And so it seems like it either needs to be fixed between the parties, or we can fix this in budget wrap-up.
Okay, you've hit something that probably nobody has focused on. This vote merely adds a line item to the budget. It is not final. You can, and it says in H, if we're going to look at the ordinance, which I had a hand in drafting, so I should know what it says. It basically says it shall become effective and shall be subject to funding by the city council in an approved budget. So it's always been, this was intended to avoid, if you notice that when you get to the final meeting, you're given 15 minutes. It used to be an hour. This was to condense their presentation at the last budget, okay? And so this item is added as a line item, and you can, in wrap up or in final vote, decide you want to delete it, to do whatever you want to do with it. Now, to speak to Mr. DeWitt's language, you don't negotiate. We aren't negotiating. They bring it to you. They create it. We interpret it what it means. And I didn't create it. I wasn't there. They bring this ambiguous thing in there, so you use rules of construction to determine how you interpret it, and that's what I did.
Chairman, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. What I would suggest is this body just take a vote and do exactly what Councilman Carlisle says. If we think it's an issue, we fix it in budget wrap up. And that way.
Call the question.
But, Mr. Chair, just to renew the motion and just to, again, I'll put the motion back on the table. Move to accept the impasse committee's recommendation to accept IBW and Craft's proposal. Last best offer.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Dr. Warren. All right, Madam Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Madam Comptroller, please clear the screen so we may cast our votes on this impasse item.
Yo, we're just getting started. We haven't even gotten good stuff.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan abstained. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed. Madam Comptroller, let's go to our add-on agenda items, please, beginning with item number 30.
Item number 30 is a resolution to amend Council FY22 grant allocations, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Swearingen. Same night minutes.
Councilman Jones, you may be recognized.
This item came before the Budget Committee and received a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Thank you very kindly. It's been moved by Councilman Canali, seconded by Councilman Warren.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Please clear the screen so we may vote on item number 30.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes. Councilmember Ford, yes.
This item passed.
Ford, yes, and Jones, yes.
Councilman Ford, Councilman Jones, added as yes votes to this item. This item passed. Item number 32, please, Madam Comptroller.
Item number 32 is an appointment to the Public Art Oversight Committee, Yvonne Jones, to the Blight Authority of Memphis, Farah Captain Claude, and there's a request for same night minutes for this one as well.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you may be recognized.
The committee recommends approval, and I so move.
This item has been properly moved by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilman Canali. Please clear the screen so we may cast our votes for item number 32.
Item number 32 votes, Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 33.
Item number 33 is a resolution urging transparency from the Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA Board members in hiring the CRA's president. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. There's a request for same night minutes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you may be recognized. This item has been moved by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilman Canale.
It's the update.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met recommends approval, and I so move.
Madam Comptroller, please clear the screen so we may vote on item number 33.
Easter Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed.
Councilmember Johnson also would like to vote on this item, yes.
Thank you very kindly. Item number 34, please, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you. Item number 34 is a resolution to accept $2,500,000 in pledge donations from the University of Memphis Auxiliary Services Foundation from private donors in support of construction of the new Lethbridge Tennis Center, CIP project number PK03005, District 5, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by Memphis Parks. There's a request for same night minutes.
This item has been properly moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Morgan. Please clear the screen so we may cast our votes for item number 34.
Morgan. Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
Yes.
Also, Councilmember Jones, yes.
This item passed. Item number 35, please, Madam Comptroller.
Item number 35 is a resolution requesting the Tennessee Valley Authority complete a supplemental environmental impact statement to address site-specific impacts of transporting and permanently disposing of coal ash in the city of Memphis, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by council members Warren, Smiley, Canale, Carlisle, Ford, Johnson, and Morgan, and there's a request for same night minutes.
This item has been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. Please clear the screen so we may cast our votes for item number 35. We do have comment cards. Angela Johnson and Sarah Houston, could you please come forward?
Thank you, Liza. Correct, we have 2 comment cards.
One at a time, please. If you would state your name and address for the records.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. My name is Sarah Houston, 200 Wagner Place, number 401, 38103. Thank you all so much for the conversation this morning during committee. We have been working on this issue for TVA to be more transparent in the impacts that we're expecting to both the community and to the environment throughout this coal ash move. There are 3.5 million cubic yards of toxic coal ash. I drove by the site today. It is actively in movement. There are 240 truck trips per day just with the toxic coal ash. There are another 120 truck trips per day containing borrow material, dirt, that is used to cover the coal ash at both the Allen site and at the landfill site. This is heavy truck traffic. They're doing it between, looks like the hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And when you drive the route, you see these trucks, one after the other. And when we were driving behind one of the trucks today, he almost kind of accidentally ran a red light. I don't think there was any intention behind it, but we do know accidents happen. And when you're thinking about not only the impacts to the community members, but when you have migrant dust, you're gonna have potential air quality impacts, you're gonna have potential surface water quality impacts, and that ultimately can impact our aquifer and our drinking water source. I do think that we have wonderful support in this council today, so thank you so much for your request to have this transparent look at what this really means to our community members, not using an environmental justice bounding analysis, general hypothetical numbers, but real numbers from the community. And so we're hopeful that we can get this information to better inform how we can move this coal ash in a equitable way, with the intention that hopefully we can have some of this coal ash moved off of our aquifer, out of our community in a few years with an alternative location. But for now, community safety and safety of the environment is our #1 priority. So thank you for considering this resolution.
Thank you very kindly. Angela Johnson?
Good evening. Thank you so
Good
much.
evening.
Angela Johnson, 492 Charter Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. I just want to say I have been out in the community in Whitehaven area along the route that the toxic coal ash is supposed to be transported, and spoken with many of the citizens, and they do not know what is going on in their own backyard. They feel that they are being targeted. They feel they are being taken advantage of, and that these attacks are purposely happening to them because they feel that no one cares about the community, no one cares about them as individuals. So I want to thank you all, each of you, for calling TVA out this morning. And I want to thank you in advance for your consideration of this resolution, because it would be great for the community members to know what is happening and how it will impact them and what they can do. And it is my hope that you guys, everyone passes it, and I thank you in advance for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Madam Controller, please clear the screen so we may vote on item number 35.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed. Item number 37, please, Madam Controller.
Item number 37 is a resolution to accept and appropriate $378,642.59 in insurance payment from FM Global to the Cosset Library renovation effort. Project CD 01100, District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Housing and Community Development.
Councilman Smiley, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee may recommend approval. I so move.
This item has been properly moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Please clear the screen so we may cast our votes for item number 37.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Item number 38, please, Madam Controller.
Item number 38 is a resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $500,000 under construction project number PW 22201 for sidewalk repairs. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Public Works Division. There's a request for same night minutes.
This item has been properly moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren.
I see Warren is a
There's been a change. Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Smiley.
Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes. Mr. Canali, you're yes. Thank you.
This item passes. Item number 39.
Mr. Canali, yes. Item number 39 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $633,100 from FY22 ADA ramp cover line, project number PW 22300, to curb ramp group 65, project number PW 22301, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Public Works Division. There is a request for same night minutes on item number 39.
Councilman Smiley, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
This item has been properly moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Canali. Clear the screens so we can cast our votes for item number 39.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item 40.
Item number 40 is a resolution to transfer, amend funding source, and appropriate funds in the amount of $500,000 from Bill Street Landing Phase 3, project number GA01026, to architecture and engineering for Harbor Docks, project number PW04123, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Public Works Division. There is a request for same night minutes.
Councilman Smiley, you may be recognized.
Madam Chair, the committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Canali. Please allow us to cast our votes for item number 40.
Almost ran out. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Item number 41, please, Madam Comptroller.
Item number 41 is a resolution for an additive change order, additional funds request to an existing contract to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $550,000 for drain maintenance and heavy equipment facility expansion. Project number ST04047, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Public Works Division, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Councilman Smiley, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
This item has been properly moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Canali. Please allow us to cast our votes for item number 41.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
Warren, yes.
Warren, yes, on this item number 41.
This item passes. Item number 42, please, Madam Comptroller.
Interesting. One moment, please. Item number 42 is a resolution for an additive change order, additional funds request to an existing contract to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $600,000 for environmental maintenance relocation, project number SW04007, to fund material cost increases and changes. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Public Works Division. Request for same night minutes on this item number 42.
Councilman Smiley.
Madam Chair, the committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. Please clear the screen so we can cast our votes for item number 42.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, may we please go to the regular agenda items, beginning with item number 14.
Item number 14, that will take us to appointments on our regular agenda. To the City of Memphis Information Technology Division Director, Wendy Harris.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you may be recognized.
Chair, the committee may recommends approval. I so move.
This item has been properly moved by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Please allow us to cast our votes for item number 14.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Covet, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Johnson, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, would you like to vote on the appointment of Wendy Harris?
Thank you very kindly.
She said yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Jones has been added as a yes vote. Item number 15, this item passes. Item number 15, please, Madam Comptroller.
Item number 15 is a joint ordinance of the City of Memphis and County of Shelby, Tennessee, enacted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Act of 1998 and the Uniformity of Tax Increment Finance Act of 2012, providing for the establishment of the South Memphis Soulsville Redevelopment Trust Fund. Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5822 is sponsored by the Community Redevelopment Agency.
Councilman Ford, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Committee met recommend approval, and I so move.
Can you please do it electronically?
Yeah.
This item has been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Warren. Please allow us to cast our votes for item number 15.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Covet, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Item number 16.
Item number 16 is a referendum ordinance to amend pursuant to Article 11.9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, Home Amendment, provisions of the Charter of the City of Memphis, the same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1879, as amended, relative to the qualifications and number of terms any person may serve in any elected office of the City of Memphis, and to repeal all provisions of the city's charter inconsistent with this amendment. Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5823 is sponsored by Councilman Jones.
Thank you very kindly. Attorney Wade, you are recognized.
All right. Yeah. I guess I would need to know what I'm supposed to be recognized for. This amendment, as stated, technically increases the number of terms from 2 to 3, but excludes service prior to January 1, 2016 in counting towards the length of service. And the reason for that exclusion is these amendments cannot be applied retroactively. If you count service after January 1, 2016, that would cover everybody that's sitting up at the table now. Anybody that was elected prior to that time, that service would not count in determining the 3 years. That's essentially what it provides.
Thank you very kindly. I don't see anyone in the queue. Councilman Warren, you may be recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair.
It's on.
I've motioned this and it still needs a second. I would like to make an amendment to this ordinance where it currently states, no person shall be eligible to serve as a member of the Memphis City Council if the person in question has served more than 3 consecutive full 4-year terms in that office, but service prior to January 1, 2016 shall not count in determining length of service. All provisions of the charter that are inconsistent with this charter amendment are repealed. I would like to change that language, and the question shall be, shall the City of Memphis charter be amended to increase the number of terms a person holding or elected to the office of mayor or Memphis City Council may be allowed to serve a maximum of 3 consecutive 4-year terms?
Do you have a second for that substitute ordinance?
I need a second for that.
Okay. Warren has moved for the substitute ordinance. Councilman Covette has seconded that substitute ordinance. I see Councilman Jones in the queue. You may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we alter that such that the reading shall be, shall the Memphis City Council charter be amended to increase the number of terms a person holding or elected to the Memphis City Council may be allowed to serve a maximum of 3 consecutive 4-year terms.
Okay, we have an amendment to the substitute ordinance. Do we have a second for the amendment? He just took out the word mayor.
So it says, you can use the red language here.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Could you reread that, please,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones?
And it shall be amended to read, shall the Memphis City Charter be amended to increase the number of terms a person holding or elected to the Memphis City Council may be allowed to serve a maximum of 3 consecutive terms.
Okay, so Vice Chair Jones has an amendment to the substitute ordinance. Do you have a second for the amendment? Is there a second? So this amendment to the substitute has been moved by Councilman Jones and seconded by Councilwoman Logan. I don't see, Councilman Warren, are you in the queue again?
Yes.
Okay, and Councilwoman Johnson, if you could get in the queue, if you'd like to be recognized.
I was in the queue.
The mic is yours, Councilman Warren.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would urge that we vote against this second amendment because it does not include the office of the mayor. And I think that the 2 governmental bodies is what the citizens should have the right to vote on. So I will be voting against this and voting for my amendment if we so get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Councilwoman Johnson, you
I
are
have
to
a
be
question
recognized.
for the attorney, please. How many votes will it take for this to pass?
7.
It's going to take 7 regardless.
7.
Thank you. Thank you. That's
Okay.
my question.
Councilman Vice Chair Jones, you're in the queue.
Well, colleagues, I go back to the comments that I've made earlier, and there's not only a national and state precedent for this, that you have different terms that apply to the legislative body and the executive body. At the federal level, you have the same at the state level. And so that was the spirit behind making the original recommendation. We have, co-equal branches of government, but based upon what our having a strong mayor, weak council form of government, I see this as the only way that the council can have a little bit more authority in the operations going forward, and that is the spirit in which I presented this.
Thank you very kindly. Councilwoman Logan, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. My thoughts concerning it is, initially this was concerning the ability of council members to serve terms that they will be effective in, that you have long enough time to serve, and and that you can serve your constituents well by the time that's needed. There's a huge learning curve, and we all know that in order to put forth the initiatives that you'd like to, it's just obvious that you need a longer term. So in reference to the initial resolution, it was in regards to the council. When you add in another office that muddies the water, and I don't think that's that was the heartbeat or the vision of the maker or the sponsor. And so, if it wants to make it a separate item, that would be up to my colleague, but I think the way that it was put forth initially expresses the intent, and that's why I would be opposed to the amendment. If it's about service of the council members and serving the constituents, that's one thing, but when you add all the other things in, it gets very political.
Thank you very kindly. Chair. Thank you. Councilman Ford, you're to be recognized.
Lady, I served on the council in 2000. Council I served 2 terms. I could have served a 3rd term. I chose not to run. The mayor was the same way. Okay? We want to try to eliminate the mayor, but when it comes to the city of Memphis, the mayor and the council, we should be on almost same thoughts, and we need to be together. We're not Washington, D.C., because they're not doing anything. We show not the state of Tennessee, because they're not doing nothing up there with the mayor and with the governor and all these other people. Please do not put the city, don't even put us with the county mayor, because they're not doing anything either because of that particular mayor. Now, if you want to end up trying to say, hey, term limit, he need 1. We're doing a good job here in the city of Memphis. Some people may want to run for the mayor next year. Don't let that be the reason why you don't want a 3rd term. Myron Lawrence started this. You had Harrington had how many years as mayor? He had 20-something years being the mayor. If they didn't want him, they would have voted him out. There are a lot of council members that will not vote it back in. So it would be left up to the people. This is a referendum for the people who make that decision. It really, hey, we're putting it there for them, and I think we should let them do that, because we've had others, and like I said, Myron started it when I was on there before and messed up things because he wanted to be the mayor. Wasn't gonna happen. Something that he ended up doing that was wrong. And yep, I'm calling him out, and some of these others, but there's nothing wrong. But I could have served. I just didn't. Okay? You can serve 2 terms, 3 terms, just 1 term. Because I'm trying to decide if I want to run again anyway. But if you do your job, and like I said, and it usually takes about 3 terms for someone to really do their job. First 4 years, you're learning. The second term, hey, you're getting aware of everything and you're putting things in position for your constituents. The third term, you can say, I have accomplished. And that goes for the council, the mayor's office, and all. I have accomplished. Why start something and then you bring a new administration in and you got to start back at square one? Does not make sense. Don't make sense at all. But like I said, you're putting it on as a referendum. Let the people decide this election what they want now. If they can vote it up or they can vote it down. Because like I said, it wasn't that way. And if people don't want you, and if you don't do your job, oh, they're going to vote you out anyway. You know, but if you do the job, they're going to want you to stay, because, hey, I need you there to represent me. And y'all vote your conscience, but hey, if the mayor's and the council not on this same resolution at first, I would tell everybody, hey, no, we don't need to do any of it. Don't point one person out because you want to end up trying to run for something yourself. And if it is the third term and somebody do want to run, best man wins. I mean, that's the way it is. And then not only that, when it comes down to the mayor, hey, you know, and really district, we end up not having just term limit, you have a runoff except for super district. Think about that one. I'm going back. I'm sorry, but I have to talk about super district. Okay, if everybody want to talk about something, because it actually should be like the county, 13 districts, and then it'd be a completely different story. Probably wouldn't, hey, y'all don't have to have a runoff. District people do. But don't be fooled, people, you know, but vote your conscience. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Carlisle, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a day, colleagues. It's my 8-year wedding anniversary day, and here we are. Here we are. It's all right. My wife's super pumped. The kids are, thank you. Yes. She's alone with a nice glass of wine in bed, watching something. Yeah, she's exactly. She's very excited. She's very excited. She's like having the date of her lifetime.
Oh, we've long day.
So I've actually struggled with this a lot, especially after my comments about letting the people vote for themselves. And I know that we're really talking about these amendments, but I think we all know this vote's going to dictate the next two. And I've got somebody sitting next to me that's got more years of experience than anybody in this body. And I have to listen to somebody that's been there before me and take that into account. And I think when I think about the mechanics of government and what's in the best interest of the voters, and the clarity is, it's very clear, yes, we could bring 3 or 4 different questions forward. I think it is reasonable and rational to allow people to weigh in, and I think that what they would want to weigh in is on the city government as a whole, mayor and city council. And so I appreciate Councilman Ford's comments, and we'll be supporting the amendment and the amended version of this solely because I believe, as I've said before, the people should have a right to weigh in and vote on what they want when the opportunity presents itself. I will say that I will place an extreme amount of skepticism, as I've said before, that in this day and age and in this political environment and what's going on all around us, that anybody believes that politicians deserve any extra time in office and that the entirety of term limits is to create a sense of urgency. But I support the people's right to speak, and I'll be supporting this. And I believe that the mayor, not only Mayor Strickland, but any mayor and any council member for the future should have that same and equal opportunity. With that, I yield the floor.
Thank you very kindly, Councilwoman Logan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask my colleague, Councilman Warren, to respond or elaborate on why he wanted to put them both together.
Councilman Warren, thank you. Councilman Warren, it's been requested for you to share.
I got to have my mic. Is my mic on? Yeah. Okay.
It's been requested
yes,
for you to share why
Councilwoman
you.
Logan, the reason that we're voting on this today is it will be on the August election. And we have another thing that's coming up where we're going to be asking voters in the November election if they want to make our body partisan. I think that, in my opinion, will be voted down. And I think this has a chance of actually being approved. And what I would like to do, have you yielded the floor, Councilwoman, or do you have more to say?
The question was why you were putting it together.
I just want to, because
one.
if you yielded the floor to me since I was next in line, I've got a motion. I was going to call the question, but I didn't want to do it if you had something else to say.
Do you have any additional questions?
He didn't answer that question.
Did you complete the response that was requested?
That was the response. That was the response. That's why I felt like it's important we vote on this tonight. They'll be in two different elections. And, when this first came up, I requested to add the mayor to this amendment and was told that I needed to wait until we actually voted on it to put it in. So I have waited, but I did make those intentions known in the meetings that we had, that I felt that was important. So that's why I think the two need to go together now. And what we're getting ready to vote on is Councilman Jones's amendment, which says it's only going to be the council. So I plan to vote initially no, and if we win that vote, I plan to vote yes and send this to the people. And Councilman Jones, I would still, I'm not going to call the question because Councilwoman Johnson's in the queue too, so I will withdraw.
All right.
No, not at all.
Thank you very kindly.
Okay.
Councilwoman, I see Councilwoman Logan. Are you still in the queue?
Yes, ma'am. I'm still in queue because I didn't ask the question. I'm going to clarify or restate the question. I want to know if we could, I want to make a friendly amendment to separate the two. One ordinance for council and one, or if he wanted to add one for a mayor. Separate. Okay. You can.
Mr. Wade?
We'll refer to Attorney Wade.
Okay. I'd like to refer to our council.
Okay, right now you have two amendments on the floor, which is the maximum amount that you can have at any one time. You have to dispose of one of the amendments before you can make yours. So no, you cannot separate it before you have a vote on the amendment that's on the floor now.
Hold on one
Well,
second.
I did, but he wasn't answering that. Oh,
Are you understanding?
well, he said that we can't do that.
The amendment has to be voted upon and taken from the slate before you can make that proposal.
And so, because from his answer, I wanted to ask him to, Warren, to answer the question specifically. I was trying to understand why he wanted the mayor and the council in the same ordinance. Why it wasn't two, he didn't just bring his...
His response was because we only have one time to place it on the upcoming ballot, and it has to be done this week.
It can't be two separate questions on the ballot. It has to be one question.
It would make it a little bit more confusing if you had two questions opposed to one question.
So if the constituents,
Madam
and I
Chair.
agree, Madam Chair, I'm answering you. If the constituents, and I agree that they should have the vote, but if they want it for council and not, but in this way, it's all or nothing. You either want it for both or you don't want it for either.
Well, we haven't voted on it yet.
And I was just asking for
Right.
clarity and thought from you. Okay.
Right. The maker of the motion requested for it to be just the council. Now we have a substitute ordinance to include both the council and the mayor. So right now we have two placed on the,
We have two amendments.
you can't have any more than that.
But
Sure. Hold on. Go ahead. You may be recognized.
So, Mr. Wade, the statement that you made is that we can't have two amendments at the same time.
That's correct.
If I withdraw my amendment, then can we go back to separating the question on this? Because we don't have two amendments on the floor then.
Yes.
Okay, so for the sake of hearing my colleague, Councilwoman Logan, out, I would withdraw my amendment to yield to what she wants. Yes.
Okay. Now, wait. Now he has placed his amendment over.
No, I've taken mine off. Right.
Okay, so now we have a substitute ordinance to include both the mayor and the council. And we have an amendment to that substitute ordinance to separate the question.
You haven't had it yet. She wants to make it, and then it has to be seconded, and then it would be debated.
So you have to.
I did, but you said I couldn't, but now that I can, I move to separate the two.
Right. Go ahead, make the motion.
I move that we separate the question, separate the two, and have two separate ordinances, one for council and one for mayor.
Second.
Point of information.
Okay. We have a point of.
I'm not the politician here.
Well, my question to the counselor is: in a referendum ordinance, is it permissible to divide a question and create two separate referendum ordinances, or does on the ballot require a separate ordinance that must go through 3 readings?
Okay.
I would think it would be the latter.
I would think not. The caption is sufficiently broad to encompass 2 questions. And you can amend this to say, shall the charter be amended to read, and then you could say 1, no person, whatever Jeff Warren said, and then you could say 2. And so then you would have 2 questions in this ordinance, so that can be done, okay? And that is consistent with the caption of the ordinance. But I will point out to you, this then becomes a referendum on who is more popular, the man on 7 or the people on 5. And it could turn out that you may lose and he may win, or you may win and he may lose. So I just want you to understand the dynamics of what you're proposing.
Councilwoman Johnson, are you in the queue?
I withdrew. I'm still thinking. I'm sorry.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
She withdraws.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan, you've been heard. Councilman Warren.
Let me
Yes, ma'am.
clarify what she's doing. Okay, I think Warren's amendment was, shall the Memphis City Charter be amended to increase the number of terms a person holding or elected to the office of mayor or the Memphis City Council be allowed to serve a maximum of 3 consecutive 4-year terms.
It's from 2 to 3 consecutive 4-year
But
terms.
that part, no, he
3
changed it to
consecutive
maximum.
4-year terms. What Councilwoman Logan has done is inserted a second question, which will say, well, she's divided it so there will be 2 questions. One reading the same way for the office of the mayor, and the second one reading the same way for the Memphis City Council.
Okay, so Attorney Wade, you changed it from 2 to 3 consecutive 4-year terms, and you changed the wording to a maximum.
Wording correct. Whatever Warren said is his.
Okay.
Under her motion is the same, except you take
Right.
the mayor out, and then under her motion you have a second question which reads the same, but you put the mayor in. So there's one for the council and one for the mayor.
Okay. Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to this, what this does now, and I want to make sure we all understand what we're voting on here. So when we vote, what will happen is this ordinance will send to the Election Commission 2 questions. There'll be 2 things on the ballot instead of 1. Okay, and the citizens will get to allow an extra term for the mayor or an extra term for us. Okay, and in my opinion, for the people who are running again. In my opinion, I think we need some of the experience on the council to go forward in the next few years when we're going to be dealing with high inflation, war in Ukraine, all of the things that we're trying to do coming out of COVID and continue the momentum that we have. I think we need that experience. I think we need the experience of the mayor in addition to that. And I think it is more likely that the council members will get an extra time to do this if they go and it's a combined motion. Because I think that being with the mayor in this is a way that possibly we will get an extra term. People will look at that and say that makes sense. Everybody's still equal. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against the amendment, but I just wanted people to know that's my logic behind it, and that's what I'm thinking. And I want the ability to have our elder people run for another term. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Jones, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the beginning, I have tried to make this not about the individuals that are sitting here. Whether it's do I want to serve again? Yes. But I'm bringing this forth even after, let's say it is successful, even after then, I'm saying whether we're talking 10, 15, 25 years from now, under our current structure, taking the personalities, taking the individuals that currently occupy the 5th floor or the 7th floor out of the conversation and out of consideration for this. That was the basis for my making this. Not saying that the council is more popular than the mayor. I'm looking at it blindly, agnostically as I possibly can to say that do we want the city of Memphis to be governed in this particular manner? So I would encourage my colleagues to support. We still get a referendum if you know what, I don't give 2 dead flies if the mayor is approved and the council is voted down, because it's not about me saying, "Ooh, woe is me if we don't get it." If the mayor's more popular with this, fine, I'm okay. Life is going to go on for all of us if that's the case. But to basically say we sink or sail, because there are some things, and I go back to what the council has done, it's not about what the council did, what the administration didn't do, but you only get credit you should get credit in charity, not politics. But when it came to putting money back into the essential workers, that was the council that did that. When we talk about different grants that come about every year, it's the council that does that. So I'm okay with our being judged independently. If I don't want, and it shouldn't be one of the things where the mayor drags down the council drags down the mayor. Having a separate question allows the voters to assess it. And like I said, I'm okay if the mayor gets 3 terms, the council only gets 2. I'm fine with that. But to have one separate question, to have one question versus a separate question, I think is a fair way for us to assess it. It could have been the wisdom of the previous charter commission. They could have done that. They chose not to do it that way. But I think a fair way to do it, or just a simple way, and I'm willing to live with whatever those consequences may be, to have a separate question for the legislative body and for the executive body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson, are you back in the queue?
I think I got it together, family. First question is to Attorney Wade. What is the percentage of votes must be passed in order for this to be effective?
What this are you talking about?
Once it goes before on the ballot and the election takes place, 50%. How many votes has to take place?
50% plus 1.
Based on how many people vote for that particular item?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, vote cast, you know.
For that
Repeat it.
Because you have drop-off.
For this,
Right, right, okay. Now, when was the last time term limits were addressed by the public?
2008.
2000?
2018, we attempted to repeal, and it was rejected.
It was rejected, okay. Now, my comment is this. I've said before, I really would say no to the whole concept, but for past experience, and I had so many people come up to me and say, you did not allow me the opportunity to vote. And I said, okay, I'm gonna give everybody the opportunity to vote, and I'm gonna go with it. But I have to say this, once you split it, you got two separate campaigns that are gonna start taking place. One campaign is gonna be for the mayor, and then the other campaign is be for the city council. Somebody's gonna lose in the process. So I think you need to keep that in mind. And then, third, I really don't think the people are gonna do it. If they, back in 18, said no, what makes you think they're ready to change their mind again? But I'm willing to give them a try. But I would say, we probably need to drop the whole thing. Look how much time we've spent on it already. And we got to get 7 votes today to make something happen. But I'm willing to give it a try. I do think the mayor should be considered. It doesn't matter to me if you put them together or separate. Just put them out, make sure everybody's treated the same.
what did she say?
Thank you, Chair.
Sure. Councilwoman Logan, you're back in the queue.
I didn't quite hear her last statement. Would you?
I
repeat
said, it really doesn't matter to me how they listed, together or separate, long as everybody is treated the same.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I just wanted to reiterate that the whole point for me is to make certain that as council members, because I'm here, and even say COVID, when COVID came in, that took out a whole year for us basically in the things that we initiated, and so it's quite important for council members to have the time to serve and to enact, and like my colleagues have said, there's a learning curve, and then you actually get into doing what you do, so it's very important, and that is what the whole conversation is about. Then when we added the other end, it started to muddy the water, so my reason for doing it is just for asking for it is to make certain that we are talking about service. We're not talking about any individuals, but we're talking about service, because we definitely want our constituents in the city of Memphis to move forward and having the opportunity to serve, whether it's the mayor and the council or either. That would be up to the constituents. I do feel like it should be left up to the constituents, but when you add them in, it takes away from the constituents from sharing their voice for both and as a city and government body as a whole. So I wanted to clarify that, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
Councilman Ford, you may be recognized.
Like I said before, don't be fooled, okay? Sure, no, this ordinance is giving everybody a chance, the mayor and the council. My colleague over there, Councilman Jones, you just sit there, and if y'all want to play back what he just said, you contradicted yourself. You said it didn't make you any difference on this, that, the other. But it got to make you a difference, or something is wrong. What is the issue? Because you constantly keep saying it does not make you a difference. You're trying to confuse this council. That's why I said, people, please don't listen to foolishness. What's your issue? But if you don't understand where I'm coming from, play back what you just said to yourself and to us. You're contradicting yourself. There's an issue. Tell us what the real reason why you don't want this and why you don't want to keep this together. Give us the real reason, then we can understand, and then let's have a vote. Then you won't be confusing everybody up here with foolishness. Now, you can get pissed, you can get all the rest. But I keep trying to tell y'all, hey, and everybody talking about COVID, we're talking about high prices, we're talking about all of these different things that's happening to us. That's why we got things going on in the state that ain't worth nothing, and in the federal government, like what you mentioned, okay? Because, hey, confusing people. Don't be confused. It's very confusing, okay? And if you don't want to run, don't run no more. Run for whatever you want to run for. But please don't fool people. Don't get these people in lost minds. We got enough of that going on right now anyway. We're trying to help somebody. Do you want to help somebody or you want to help yourself? What's the difference? I like helping others. I got an issue with that. But like I said, play it back. When you get home, play your own self back. Then let's talk with some sense. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I'm just sitting here saying, if you split it, you're going to have two sides going against each other ultimately. It may not look like that, but when we're in the streets, vote for the council. Oh, by the way, vote for the mayor. Or mayor's going to say, vote for me. Oh, yeah, don't forget the council. And if we're going to talk that way, why don't we just do it that way from the beginning? Why are we splitting it? I think we're creating a setting that we're going to have issues down the road if things don't work out the way we like for it to do. I think the ultimate goal from what I've heard from this group is you want an opportunity for a third term to be able to complete some of the projects you've started. Stay focused on that. Don't worry about if somebody else benefits because you got a blessing. Let's just keep on going forward, and let's not create a setting. It's going to be confusing to the citizens. They won't understand. We're going to be talking negative when we try to talk and explain why we did what we did, you know. So, you know, I still want to just be fair in the process and what's the best way. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Warren.
Yes, I'd like to call the question, Madam Chair. The question is on the amendment to split.
And, okay. Your substitute ordinance we have received an amendment for the substitute ordinance. Councilwoman Logan has asked for the question to be separated, for it to be two questions. One question for the voters to elect the mayor for 3 terms. The second question to elect the council members for 3 terms.
Yes, Madam Chair, and what that is one motion.
One motion to separate the question.
So I would call the question
to yes vote will support her amendment to your substitute ordinance to separate the question.
Correct. I am fully briefed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Comptroller, please clear the screens so we may vote on the amendment to the substitute ordinance.
This is on the amendment to separate the question. Yes, separates it. Close enough.
Yeah.
Canale, no. Carlisle, no. Colette, no. Easter Thomas, no. Ford, no. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, no. Warren, no. Chairwoman Swearingen, no.
This item fails. Now let's go back to the substitute ordinance. And it's my understanding, Councilman Warren, The last line of that ordinance, it's for the mayor or Memphis City Council may be allowed to serve rather than having it being stated from 2 to 3 consecutive 4-year terms. You've changed it to a maximum of 3 consecutive 4-year terms, correct?
Madam Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. And if I could,
Councilman Warren, would you just read it?
I'll read it total. Yes, sir. Shall the city Memphis charter be amended to increase the number of terms a person holding or elected to the office of the mayor or Memphis City Council may be allowed to serve with a maximum of 3 consecutive 4-year terms? And I so call the question.
Councilman Carlisle, are you in the queue? Okay.
Madam Chairman, if I might.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to alter the question, but I do want to suggest that we alter the Section 5, the effective date, and provide, however, that the charter amendment shall not apply to any years of service occurring prior to January 1, 2016, so that it won't be retroactive.
I accept as a friendly amendment from the attorney.
The question doesn't change that the voters will vote on, but the effective language will be in the ordinance.
Madam Chair, may I ask the attorney a question?
Certainly.
Mr. Wade, is there a way that we can get that put in such a way that it is separated enough from where this is that it won't confuse people? Because that particular language, I think, confuses people because they don't understand how it applies to the charter.
The way I have proposed it is not part of the question that will appear on the ballot.
Perfect. Then that sounds great. Thank you.
That will be in our charter book.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm fine with that.
Thank you very kindly. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Madam Comptroller, please allow us to vote on this ordinance. Item number 16.
Chairwoman Swearingen, we have moved by Warren now electronically. So Warren, are you, now it's Carlisle, second. So for the record, for item number 16, now we have moved by Warren and second by Carlisle.
Yes, ma'am.
And point of order, or point of information, I just to be clear, this is actually on the amendment still.
Yes.
Yes, this is on the amendment, and then we'll go and vote on it as amended, correct, Council?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, still on amendments. Okay.
The Yankees are winning 3-1.
Here we go. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Mr. Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, no. Logan, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes. Smiley, yes.
Let the record state.
This item passed. Item number 17, please, Madam Comptroller.
No, Madam Chairman, we have to vote on the ordinance as amended. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, that was the amendment, and now we've got to vote on the ordinance as amended.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Woo, okay.
We're almost there.
Madam Comptroller, the amendment has passed. The substitute. So now let's vote on item number 16. As amended. Yes. Moved by Warren, seconded by Colvett.
Referendum ordinance. Carlisle, yes. This is the vote for item number 16, referendum ordinance. Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, no. Logan, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed. Item number 17, please.
Item number 17 is a resolution requesting City Council approval for the acceptance and expenditure of $25,000 from Petco Love for Memphis Animal Shelter to fund life-saving programming. Resolution also amends FY23 operating budget to establish and appropriate $25,000 in grant funds. District 1, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by Memphis Animal Shelter. District 1, Super District 9.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee met recommends approval, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Please go to the screen so we may cast our votes for item number 17.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed. Item number 18, please.
Item number 18 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funding in the amount of $159,619 from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, Volkswagen Diesel Settlement Environmental Mitigation Trust, Medium and Large Truck Grant Program, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met recommended approval, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Councilwoman Logan, seconded by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. You may please clear the screen so we may cast our votes for item number 18.
Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Councilwoman Johnson had a finger up to be counted on that vote, please, Madam Comptroller.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you very kindly.
Anybody else?
Canale.
Canale, Jones, and Johnson.
Are we on
Jones.
19?
Jones and Justin.
Chairwoman, would you cover, are we on 19?
Ma'am?
Were we on 19? Okay.
That
now
was
we're-
number 9, that was 18.
Okay, we voted on 18 already.
Attorney Wade, you're to be recognized.
Madam Chairman, I think it might be appropriate for Councilman Warren to move item 16 for same night minutes so that we can get it resolved tonight.
Councilman Warren, you're to be
If
recognized.
so, can we move item 16 with same night minutes without objection?
Any objections? Without objection. It's duly noted. Thank you very kindly. Item number 19, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you. Item number 19 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funding in the amount of $177,217.50 from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation Volkswagen Diesel Settlement Environmental Mitigation Trust, Medium and Large Grant Programs, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services.
Councilwoman Logan.
Yes, Chair. The committee met recommended approval, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Councilwoman Logan, seconded by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Please clear the screen so we can cast our votes for item number 19.
The votes for number 19, Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Warren, yes. Councilmember Ford, yes. That's Warren, yes, and Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Item number 20.
Item number 20 is a resolution requesting the approval of the sale of city-owned parcel in the amount of $2,225 located at 0 North Hollywood, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, and further described. as parcel ID number 042050-00031, District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services. This was held from May 10th.
Councilman Smiley, you to be recognized.
Madam Chair, the committee may recommend approval, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Please clear the screen so we can cast our votes for item number 20.
Canali, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Councilmember Ford wants to be voted, shown as voting yes on this item. Tanzania. Warren, yes. And Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Item number 21, please, Madam Comptroller.
Okay. I didn't call his name. Item number 21 is a resolution requesting the approval of the sale of a city-owned parcel in the amount of $3,500 located at 1617 Sydney Street, 38108, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, and further described as parcel ID 043-023-00324, District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services. This was also held from May 10th.
Councilman Smiley.
Madam Chair, the committee recommended approval, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Let's cast our votes, please, for item number 21.
Get the one first reading circle, yeah. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Item number 22, please.
Item number 22 is a resolution requesting approval of the sale of city-owned property located at 1200 North Parkway Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee 38104, formerly known as the Frame Shop, parcel number 02109-800016, Memphis, Tennessee 38104, District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services. This was also held from May 10th.
Councilman Smiley.
Madam Chair.
Smiley and Easter Thomas.
Madam Chair, the committee may recommend approval, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Let's please cast our votes for item number 22.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Item number 23.
Item number 23 is a resolution to approve the receipt of payment from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water to the City of Memphis of $1.19 million in street utility cut impact fees for utility cuts made by MLGW during 2020 and 2021, plus up to $4.7 million in additional utility cut permit fees and other impact fees under the city engineer's procedures for street utility cuts and/or right-of-way procedures payable in lump sum payments, installments, or per cut electronic payments at the discretion of the SVP, CAO, CFO, and Secretary Treasurer, and ratify the previous payment of $729,860 in permit fees to the City of Memphis by MLGW. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by MLGW.
Councilman Carlisle, you to be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The committee recommends approval, and it has been moved by Councilman Warren.
It's been moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Smiley. Let's please vote on item number 23.
He came late.
Ma'am, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Votes for item number 23. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passed. Item number 24, please.
Item number 24 is a resolution accepting additional funding from the proceeds for the sale of property in the amount of $3,389,950 in CIP project number GS01049, Coke Facility Adaptive Reuse, District 4, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Public Works, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Councilman Smiley?
Madam Chair, the committee may recommend approval, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. Let's please cast our votes for 24, please.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Item number 25.
Item number 25 is a resolution of the Memphis City Council amending the FY22 budget to proclaim June 19, 2022, Juneteenth, Independence Day, as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Chair, this was brought back up in budget, and it also received a favorable recommendation. Looks like we have folks in the queue, so I'll save my items until the end.
Councilman Canali, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Councilman Easter Thomas knows that I support the Juneteenth as a paid holiday. What I would offer to this body is that we swap Juneteenth for President's Day. After the survey that was sent out by Chief Smith's office, I think 52% of the employees wanted to swap President's Day for Juneteenth. I don't support a 14th paid holiday. I think that the citizens of Memphis expect us to run an efficient and effective government. I don't think another paid holiday is what they expect from us. I think what we could do, though, is the money that it would cost to add a 14th paid holiday is take that money and give it to the retirees of the city of Memphis who have not received a pay raise in 11 years. And a 1% pay raise this year doesn't even cover the cost of gas or groceries with inflation where it is. So for people that have devoted their entire career to the city of Memphis, I think we should show them, and you can memorialize it any way you want, but we could show them the love and support by giving them more of a raise rather than adding $1 million for another paid holiday, when I think that people generally view government as overbloated with 13 paid holidays, vacation and sick time. I think we already have enough time off and enough days off for our city employees. So I would offer that as a amendment or a change to this. I support the holiday, but I think that we could move things around, swap it, and move the money to where it could be better used in my mind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Carlisle, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief McGowan, would you mind coming down the podium, sir? I know it's been a long day, y'all, but we're talking about tens of millions of dollars over the course of time. So, fortunately, it is what it is. Hey, Chief. So, and Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I'm going to go through a timeline here, so hop in there if I miss something, generally speaking. So, the council passed a resolution in 2020 declaring Juneteenth a city holiday. Do we have paid in the language then? Was it paid? Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Sure. Nice. Oh. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
Yes, passed in 2020, and the original language said that it would become a paid holiday June 2021, and then we went back and changed that to say paid for June 2022.
Okay. So, and then I think we went for we decided to survey because we started talking about the labor unions, and then there was a swap. How did the swapping, I guess to be more specific, President's Day for Juneteenth in order to avoid a 14th paid holiday? What happened from the administration's standpoint?
So when the survey was put forth, the question wasn't presented as, do you want to swap President's Day for Juneteenth? It was, here are all the holidays, and the association said they would rather preserve the existing holidays than June. They prioritized Juneteenth the lowest. Interpreting the data was that President's Day was the least valuable holiday, and so therefore the interpretation was, if you're going to swap a holiday, if that's the course you're going to follow, then President's Day is the logical one to swap out because all of the other holidays ranked higher. So it wasn't asked as directly as, hey, do you want to swap Juneteenth for President's Day? We had to infer that President's Day was the holiday that people would least valued in exchange for Juneteenth, if that makes sense.
Sure, I do. I guess what I would ask back to the administration and to the mayor would be, is it better for us to spend $1 million+ every year or go ahead and say we're going to make the swap? Because I'm starting to look around the room here and I'm not sure. And certainly the administration can say, well, the council did that and yada, yada, yada. But I think for me, I'll just speak for me, was hoping that we would be prudent enough to just go ahead and make the swap.
So our position was that, again, we fully support the Juneteenth holiday. Our position suggestion was that we select a holiday to swap. We fully support the swap of President's Day with Juneteenth, if that's the direction and will of the body. We understand there's some work to do. The associations will tell you, no matter what you do, you're adding that in because it's not in our MOU, but I think that's something we can work through. So we fully support the swap and President's Day having be the holiday to swap. We understand the intention and the importance of the Juneteenth holiday. So that's kind of where we stand.
So, and thank you, Chief. That's helpful context. I voted to support Councilwoman Easter Thomas and the Juneteenth holiday. It's now a federal holiday. I understand that, and I support the work that that the employees of the city of Memphis do. But this is not a one-time $1 million decision. This has a significant cost, and I personally cannot go back to my constituents, the people that have been begging for us to fill in potholes, to give to community centers, to clean up blight, to put in crosswalks, to signalize intersections, put in speed humps. We can go all day and say that we found an extra $1 million a year in perpetuity, and instead of helping the community, we gave it to the city of Memphis employees for a 14th paid holiday. And just to put it into larger context, I think it's after 10 years, it may be 15 years. The average city of Memphis employee gets up to 2 months of paid time off via vacation and PTO. And I'm not going to sit here and we don't have to deliberate whether it's worth it or not, but it's very difficult, again, to have that type of money sitting around every year and not put it back into the community. And I'm certainly, again, very supportive of the holiday. I really wish we'd come to the swap sooner, because I'm not going to go back and tell my constituents we had an extra $1 million a year and we didn't give it back to them. So I cannot support this as it's written. I'm certainly, to the sponsor, would be open to looking at something maybe for this year, and then a swap. But ultimately, it's going to be very difficult even for this year when you've got $800,000-$900,000 million to give it to as a 14th paid holiday. It's larger than any public sector or private sector company does. And I just couldn't justify it. So I do appreciate the sponsor's work on this over the last couple of years. I understand her position, But again, I can't tell my constituents that's something that I supported. It's $10 million over 10 years or more when you factor in overtime to staff up those other positions. With that, I yield the floor.
Thank you very kindly, Councilwoman Johnson. You're in the queue.
For the opportunity. Who can provide clarification on this resolution? Is this for this year, Juneteenth? This year only? Is what this resolution says?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the floor to respond.
Councilwoman Johnson, this is in particular for this year because it found a specific place of where the money was. If you look, hold on, where did we put it? If you look at the next to last paragraph, now therefore be it resolved, it amends the FY22 available funding or unassigned fund balance. We did this in particular because we were waiting on a swap and it didn't happen. And the resolution that we amended in 2020 said that it goes into effect June 2022. So we wanted to make sure that we did our due diligence to make sure everything lined up for Juneteenth this year.
So,
yeah,
again,
it says here after as paid holiday because that's how we passed the resolution in 2020.
okay. What was, are you saying that it is saying and into the future as well on this?
Nothing changed about this resolution from 2020 except that we added amends the FY22 available funding or unassigned fund balance to proclaim June 19, 2022 a paid holiday. The initial did not have a place where it came from.
Okay, this is the way I feel about it. This year, I think we need to just eat that extra holiday. We definitely need to do the Juneteenth. We've paid for president, let it be, and go into Juneteenth. But next year, we need to pass a resolution to substitute it with the President Day, in order to keep the day on at the, given, 13 days? 13 days. But this year, we postponed it too long. I mean, it's not anyone else's fault, but this committee fault for not going forward with it. So I would say support it this year, and then next year, let's make sure we have a substitute in the budget for the day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Vice Chair Jones, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, if we're talking about $1 million, we're talking about $1 million on $750 million. That's 0.0013% of our operating budget. So a percentage point has 100 basis points. This is 13 basis points of our budget for this holiday. Now, we're not even adding in the $150 million of federal, which we technically can't spend, but I'm talking about, when we talk about the expendable items, what's going to come before this council in a couple of weeks is about to spend $150 to $200 million on the Liberty Bowl. And we're going to do it, and we're not going to say, everybody's going to be, yay, University of Memphis, yay, University of Memphis. So ceremonially, $1 million for this year, even going forward. If we're talking about a penny out of the tax rate. So if we've talked about taking the pre-K that we're spending now, this pays for it. A penny. A penny. So if nothing else, I'll bring it up during budget wrap-up tomorrow that we designate that penny for this and anything else. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you guys have noticed it because I've noticed it, but since March of 2020, our employees and all of us have been through a really rough time. And, if you think about how you give somebody a benefit or something to tell them thank you, one thing you can do is give them a day off. And I think, even though we haven't found the money, if it's an unassigned funding balance now. There's a spot we can come for it. I would like to amend this to go to that paragraph and where it says, and hereafter as a substitute holiday for President's Day be a paid holiday within the city of Memphis. And that way it's paid for next year, and we have funded it in perpetuity. So I would like to have that as a friendly amendment, depending on if the maker of the motion would accept that. Thank you.
Could you repeat that friendly amendment? Looking at
Yes, and hereafter, as a substitution for President's Day, be a paid holiday within the city of Memphis.
What paragraph is that?
That's next to the last.
Now therefore
Okay,
be
and
resolved and Memphis found.
we are amending the available funding and unassigned funding balance to proclaim June 19th, 2022, this year. And here, as a substitute for President's Day, hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis. And then it's not a friendly amendment. I won't make it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So you're accepting for it to be paid this year, but hereafter you want them to not get paid for Juneteenth, but President's Day.
Yeah, this year, we're going to pay for it out of unassigned fund balance if we did this. But next year, President's Day would be substituted by Juneteenth. So Juneteenth would be our 13th paid holiday, and President's Day would not be a paid holiday. But I'm saying I don't want to make that motion because the maker of the resolution did not think it was a friendly motion. Thank you. I withdraw.
So you withdrawing the motion. Okay. Councilwoman Johnson, are you still in the queue? Okay. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councilman Warren, for putting forth that friendly. The reason I objected is because we passed this in 2020. Now, I'm not going to assume why anybody's vote for yes, but it was all 13 yes. It said paid in 2020. Nothing has changed on this sheet, except for when we asked Chief Ford where exactly to put on here, where it was coming from, and she told us where to put where it was coming from. So I would say no to adding now about the swap is because we asked about the swap prior to now, and I don't want to put it in there hastily without us revisiting back to the employees, and also revisiting back after this budget season. It just seems too hasty to put in the switch now. If we want to revisit it next year, now we have time to really look over how things have changed, if things have changed, if anything has improved or not with our budget and our stance as a city, and also how the employees feel. How they voted on stuff in 2021 is not going to be how they put the same on the survey this year. I'm pretty sure of that. And so I think we just need to wait. And if we want to revisit that after this budget season to see if there needs to be a swap, I think that this is open to bringing that back up. But that's why I said no to your amendment now, not because it's no forever, the words we use in here forevermore, but we can revisit it, the swap later. It would be too hasty to do that today.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity again. My concern is the estimated cost is $1 million for that extra day. We're here at budget. I'd rather see us take that $1 million and give it to the employees in form of a raise, whatever it takes to match it to raise their salaries. Not only do they get a little extra at this particular time, but when you actually add it to their retirement, they have funds there that they can use. So I'd rather just increase their salary rather than necessarily giving them a holiday. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman. Could you get in the queue, Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand, I know everyone's tired, but this is important because this directs the future budgets. And so, in good conscience, I think the issue is we're trying to ensure that, right to the Councilwoman's point, there are individuals that would ensure that at least Juneteenth is honored and paid for, and I think it looks like there's the will to do that. But the consternation seems to be about committing the body to and the budget, which can be changed every year, but typically when you start baking these things in and the calendars are made, which come out in October, the going forward. So I can offer one of two. If you want to wait and see and revisit it, then we should just strike hereafter as a paid holiday and revisit it, like you said, in the fall, full survey, the whole thing. So Juneteenth can be paid for this year. We can get through budget season and we can revisit the issue with all the interested parties and then come back and decide what we want to do with future budgets. Or I can move to strike and say, hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis, now therefore be it resolved, President's Day shall no longer be a paid city holiday. And that swaps it right then and there because the budget has to be planned accordingly. And to the sponsor, if you believe that the city employees are going to vote for another substitute holiday than the one they already have, which I really don't think they are when you start looking down the list of items, President's Day is kind of the low-hanging fruit there. I think that would be the thing to get this thing cinched up and done. This initiative you led is taken care of. It will be a paid holiday, and we can all go home and move on. And I think everyone will get on board with that. I'm looking at head nods. So please. All right, then I make the motion to strike hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis. Do I have a second? Canale.
Who's the second? Who?
I'm in the queue to speak on.
Who? Oh, Canale. Okay, we have some others in the queue that would like to be recognized. Councilman Canale, you may be recognized.
Madam Chair, colleagues, I don't think anybody's arguing Juneteenth as a holiday. I think we all, 13 of us, signed on to that back in 2020. All I'm saying is that if we're going to run government as efficiently as our constituents want us to and be prudent with their tax dollars, then we ought to run more like private business. And if Councilman Ford and I gave our employees 14 paid holidays, vacation, and sick time, we wouldn't have businesses because we would work ourselves to death. And I think that we have to run government that way as well. So I can't support spending another $1 million to add a 14th paid holiday when our retirees are sitting at home and have been given a 1% raise if it passes this year in 11 years. Inflation at an all-time high in the last decade. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Vice Chair Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for the administration. Wasn't there some impediment as far as the bargaining units for us just to arbitrarily swap? So I think that if we included that language in here, isn't there some impediment to doing so?
There is no action we take that doesn't somehow have second and third order impacts to make sure that it's all, and no change that you can make, because ordinances change and resolutions change and then the terms of employment. But there is, in several of the agreements, it lists the holidays that are paid. There are, but to be completely candid, there are holidays that are paid that are honored by the associations that are not listed in their agreements. And so it is a matter of function for us to work through that to make sure that things are lined out in the appropriate way. So, Councilman Jones, yes, There will be associations that say that President's Day is listed in our agreement, therefore it has to be a paid holiday. Our discussion would be, well, what about the other paid holidays that are not listed but are still honored as paid holidays? So I don't believe this is a hurdle that is too high for us to leap. It is just a part of aligning the will of the body to the agreements that we have with the associations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McGowan.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want us to get too caught up in the weeds of doing this for that and what could be going forward. When we passed this in 2020, just a reminder, it said paid in 2020. Paid is not a new addition to this resolution. So if we thought, or if we wanted to say that that was not a good idea then that should have been said. We should have talked about it, not have paid in the resolution. But paid holiday has been in there from the get-go. There was nothing that was added at last minute. Nobody's trying to be tricky with nothing. Nobody's saying that retirees don't deserve whatever or whomever, whatever. But paid was already in there. So with that being said, we also, knowing that it was a pandemic, we did not ask for that to be honored financially initially because we knew we wanted to be good stewards of the tax money that we were over. However, to act as though we never said that the holiday was going to be paid is what we just can't do today. And I do reiterate that we have talked about a swap for over a year. Now at 8:15 p.m. last minute before budget wrap-up is tomorrow is not the day to try to strike stuff out of this resolution that we passed in 2020 and revisit swaps. We definitely have time before the fall, in the fall, before next year's budget to really see what efficiently to revisit as a council, what do we want to do? Maybe offer that back to employees or maybe not. It might not be a full paid if what the council says. Maybe what Councilwoman Johnson said is maybe adding it to their check or retirement may be an option they choose. But now we have the ideas of maybe we can put this back and see what they'll say, see if they say something different. But for us to go ahead and start striking stuff out of something that we support, and also that was on there since 2020 and 2021 when we brought it back up, and last year when we kept bringing it back up. Now at 8:15 p.m. is not the time to be doing that. I think for us to do our due diligence and honor that this year is the will of the body, if I can assume correctly. But for us to just make sure that we bring this back and have a diligent discussion when we can get some more time during the day in committee and really explore our options so that we can make sure we're continuing to be good stewards of the city and the city's employees, and making sure that we're honoring how we're commemorating Juneteenth and however that's going to look in the future. And to keep in mind, it's not that we have 13 holidays as if they are all federal holidays. City of Memphis has that additional holiday because we are remembering the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. So we have that taintedness and hopefulness as a city, and we need to make sure that we remember that when we're talking about the number of holidays. All those just aren't regular federal holidays. So I call for the question, Chair. Or do we? Oh no, we're doing the motion first.
We have an amendment to the
okay.
To your
call for the question of that.
Councilman Carlisle, could you please restate your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The amendment is just to strike hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis so that we can, to the councilwoman's point, revisit the issue when things have stabilized after budget season and survey what the interested agencies want to do. That way, This is paid, and we can come back after budget season and figure out what we want to do going forward. So yes would be to strike that language, but yes, basically, yes strikes that language, and then we'll move, if it passes, we'd move to the main motion, which would ensure that this Juneteenth is paid. So it just strikes the obligation to fund this holiday as a 14th holiday every year in perpetuity.
Including this year?
No, this year is safe. This has to do with funding a 14th holiday every year hereafter.
Okay. Let's vote on the amendment to strike hereafter as paid holiday within the city of Memphis.
Yes,
and just to
ma'am.
pay it this year and for it to not be a continuous effort. That's what this amendment states. Councilwoman Logan, question.
Isn't that the same thing that Councilwoman Easter Thomas suggested prior to?
No.
Can you?
She wants it to be continuous.
From now on?
Yes, from this point forward is what what she's requesting. For Juneteenth to be a paid holiday for city employees beginning this year forward. That does not include, she's wondering, are you including a swap?
Moving forward?
That's the question. Wait a minute, this is the question that Councilwoman Logan has for Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Are you trying to swap it? She's asking.
Moving forward.
Have the amendment passed and we discuss a swap or whatever for FY24 afterwards, after today.
Yeah.
So I don't want to strike it because we already voted for this how it is in 2020. Leave it there. We'll revisit it in totality at some point this year, way before budget next year.
Okay. We're going to vote on the amendment. The amendment. You what now? The amendment is to scratch the paragraph before the last and hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis. That's the request. Is that correct, Councilman Carlisle?
Yes, Madam Chair, did well. We're striking hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis. The intent is to just fund this year, and then after budget season, revisit what we want to do, potentially a sub, or we can vote down this amendment and do a substitute right now too. But my point is I don't want to obligate us to 14 paid holidays in perpetuity. So it's up to you.
That's not what neither do I.
And so the maker of the motion was Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Canal. The amendment. Are there any other questions prior to voting? Councilman Carlisle. No, Councilman Canale. Was that your amendment? And Councilman Carlisle seconded? That's what I thought.
The last thing that Carlisle said has something to do with future budgets. And that future budget was not included in that first.
Yes, ma'am. So, all right, this is my fault, and I know we're all tired and ready to go home. My point in striking this language was to ensure that we did not, and which I know we can't obligate future councils, but the way that the budgets are prepared, this language would indicate that we are going to have 14 paid holidays. So my motion is to strike and hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis. That's it.
Well.
Right, hereafter.
And you objected to that, correct?
Yeah.
And my point is we can come back later and figure out what to do.
Okay, we ready to vote? Are there still any questions?
So we're voting on the.
We're voting, striking that last line, the paragraph before the last. Councilwoman Logan, you have another question?
But, okay, on the amendment doesn't address the swap, and neither does the original address the swap.
Nothing says a swap.
Nothing is addressing the swap.
Right.
And I have
We're here till
concern
we
with
were here
that.
till 1 a.m.
And
19.
Huh?
Wade?
Nothing is addressing the swap. So as it stands right now, the amendment and the original is in perpetuity.
They're the same.
So Councilman Carlisle's amendment is
to have just amend the FY '22. So we would pay 2022, no other years in the future. And he would like to come revisit it.
But that's not what she wants.
Right, and here's the other, to that point is.
Microphone, please. And
to you, yeah.
And Councilwoman Easter Thomas wants us to pay it this year and continue to pay it thereafter.
Well,
Just don't strike the language now.
okay, well, I would like to make, I make an amendment to that amendment?
Yes.
I would like to make an amendment to add that it'll be swapped after this year.
For which day, Councilwoman?
Pardon me?
For which day? Which holiday?
I thought they had already
President's Day.
agreed on President's Day.
I'll second that motion.
Objection. That's what Warren just did.
Okay, so what is the objection? What is the?
Let's
what
vote
is the
on this
objection?
amendment.
What is the, may I ask clarity on the objection?
That's what Warren just did.
Hold on one second. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. The question is asked,
I promise I'm not trying to be.
why you would prefer not swapping it for President's Day
Moving forward, not
after
not
this year.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The amendment we're voting on now is Carlisle's amendment to strike the language of hereafter,
Right.
in which we all voted for in 2020, make this for a paid holiday. That's why it's my objection. Warren also made the amendment earlier that was objected and he pulled it back about putting in a swap. And I said, let's not do that tonight. Let's talk about it after. Which is the same thing Carlisle said, let's talk about it after, but let's strike this language. We're both saying let's talk about it after. I don't want to strike any language that we already voted in.
And
So that's why I'm objecting the amendment. So if whatever your amendment is about swapping, I'm gonna object that too, because we don't need to talk about that tonight.
So we're leaving in perpetuity.
We're leaving
tonight.
in how we voted it in 2020.
Your resolution doesn't have that?
All right, let's vote. Let's vote on the amendment. We understand. Let's vote. Madam Comptroller, we have the screens cleared. A yes vote
On the amendment.
on the amendment, and the amendment is to scratch the last sentence before the last paragraph, and hereafter as paid holiday within the city of Memphis.
Okay, we're special item number 3, we're ready. Special item number 3. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Easter Thomas, no. Ford Senior abstain. Johnson, no.
Excuse
Jones,
me,
no.
1 second.
Logan abstain.
Excuse me, hold on 1 second.
Warren,
Colbert, how did you vote?
no. Chairwoman Swearengin.
Oh, okay.
No.
How did
Colvett,
it get it
yes.
up there?
Easter Thomas, no. Okay, now.
How did it get up
He
there?
must have told him.
But they can't put it up there.
Oh.
No, okay. I don't see it even on the screen. Huh? All right, this item, the amendment failed. Now, back to the original resolution. Madam Comptroller. Are you all still in the queue?
I was in the queue.
Councilman Warren, you may be recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I believe that we're all saying the same thing. We want this to continue as a holiday. We want to see it funded. We don't want to make it an unfunded mandate. And I think what I'm hearing from Councilwoman Easter Thomas is she's had this there for 2 years and she's frustrated that it hasn't been moved on yet. She doesn't want to take the language out because she wants to make sure it's going to be moved on. I just think we need to, and I think we all want to come back and revisit it later. So I think we should vote on it as it is, but I would like to put an amendment in here that says this will be revisited in September. So then we can look at what we're going to do, or funding can be revisited in September. If that's a friendly amendment to the maker of the motion. where it says for FY22 funding, available funding or unassigned fund balance, and to be revisited in September to proclaim.
You're on the last paragraph.
I guess no one wants to hear that, so I'll just be quiet and we're done.
We listening?
So you would? It's good. So yeah. So just make it FY22 funding or unassigned funding balance to be revisited for long-term funding in September this year, and hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022, Juneteenth Independence Day, and hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis. And we can revisit it and figure out where we go from there. I just need a second.
Can you read that again? Okay.
Therefore, be it resolved, the Memphis City Council amends the FY22 available funding and or unassigned funding balance to fund and proclaim June 19th, 2022, Juneteenth Independence Day, and hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis, and funding for future holidays will be revisited in September. Period.
Is there a second for that amendment?
Save funding for future Juneteenth holiday.
Okay, that's fine. For future Juneteenth holiday in September.
Is there a second? That's a friendly amendment. You're in the queue? Okay, Councilman Vice Chair Jones, you may be recognized.
We still are in budget, and I feel Councilwoman Easter Thomas, we're still in budget. And so I'm inclined for us to do something tomorrow during budget wrap-up, to do it in perpetuity from a funding standpoint. So I would ask that we not wait until September when we can address it tomorrow. If 7 votes passes it, fine. If not, but we're in budget, this is the time to do it. And we vote our will, we vote our conscience. But I plan on bringing it tomorrow.
All right, we have so is that a friendly amendment for Councilman Warren's amendment? Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes, because it still leaves opportunity for us to do what we need to do in budget wrap up tomorrow. Correct. Okay. We can do both, right?
Yes.
All right.
All right. Let's vote on the amendment to the resolution, as stated. The last paragraph, hereafter as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis, and to be revisited by September 2022. Madam Comptroller. Councilwoman Johnson, are you in the queue?
If it's a friendly amendment, we don't have to vote on the amendment, we just vote on the whole thing.
Let's vote, please clear the screen so we cast our votes for this item. As amended.
I know enough about the vote on this thing. What do you think? What do you think?
May as well, everybody agree.
Canali, thank you, sir. Canali abstain. Colvette, yes.
Thank you.
Carlisle, no. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, no. Logan, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item passes. Item number 5, Madam Comptroller.
Item number 5, we have already read the item, so we can just go back to the discussion. I think I've got the motion and everything, I believe. I do. We can go back to the item.
May I be recognized? Or I guess like Councilor Johnson first.
Back to item number 5, when it was placed on the floor earlier today.
Councilwoman Johnson, you may be recognized.
Five was moved by Smiley and second by Warren when it was placed on the floor.
Sounds good. We're back. This should be the last dance. Madam Chairman, may I be recognized?
And we're back on item number 5 in reference to a plan development. At this time, who wants to speak first? Is planning officers and development.
Councilman Corbett would like to be recognized.
1 second, Councilman Corbett would like to be recognized. Please. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We, planning and zoning, okay, I got it right. I want to thank all the participants. I know it's been a very, very long day, council members. We had a very long conversation. I think we got a lot of ground covered. There's still a lot of ground to be covered. To the extent that if any of the council members would like to join me, we're going out to Pure Youth Saturday at 10 a.m. With the neighbors to have a tour. Councilman Ford, love to have you. But we do have 5 amendments that staff would like to propose that we've all agreed to. Read this in, and at this point, is my understanding there are 4. I keep saying 5. Sorry. There are 4 items, colleagues, that we're going to add, and that should do it.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So there's a 1A. So education facilities, use is permitted. So there would be a maximum of 30 students. Here we go. Yeah. Additional number of students that can be requested subject to city council approval. We read that earlier. Number 2, which is 4B, about the fencing with setback. We talked about it earlier. So 2 new conditions. In 8B, that a final plat, which after all this is done, shall be subject to approval from this body from city council, with the understanding that in the meantime, while that is done, 2 neighborhood meetings from the applicant will be done with all members plus more who were here in attendance today. Last, to add to the final plan, that proposed building elevations for all new structures will have to be added to that final plat. Summary of all new conditions and understandings between applicant, staff, and opposition.
Awesome, if that's all, sir. Okay.
All right.
Not here.
Good.
All parties agree? All right. It has been requested for this to have same night minutes.
Without objection.
Without objection. This is your district, Councilman Ford. Are you good?
All good. Thank you, Councilman Corbett, taking them out and everybody coming to one agreement. Okay? I know this is a good project. It's just in my district. Next time you've learned some things, haven't you, down here today? Okay, so any other endeavors that you have, you know how to handle it before coming down here. Okay? We appreciate everybody and we appreciate the neighborhood. And like I said, Saturday, you know what day that is for me.
Busy day. Busy day for my
But I'll be there. I'm going to check it out myself. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Vice Chair Jones, this brings us to our same night minutes. Have you read the same night minutes? And please read them into record. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's vote on item number 5, Madam Comptroller. As amended, same night minutes.
No. Item number 5.
That's what I said, 5.
Okay, but you said same 9 minutes.
Yeah, it was been requested for it to be
with
same.
same 9 minutes.
Up or
Yeah.
down with same night minutes.
Yes. Yes.
Approved as amended. So let's vote on the amendment.
As amended.
As amended.
With same night minutes.
Yep.
We got to vote on the as amended. Keeping in mind with same night minutes.
Here we are. We're on item number 5, and here are the votes. This will be as amended. We have Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colette, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes.
Good job.
Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
This item is passes.
See you Saturday.
All right, Vice Chair Jones, same night minute items,
Special
please.
item number 4.
Please read them into the
Special
record.
encounters.
Okay, Madam Chair, our same night minutes for tonight are items 4, 5, 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, 28, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and I so move.
This item has been moved by Vice Chair Jones, seconded by Councilman Warren. This item has, Madam Comptroller, please conduct a roll call so we can vote for the same night minutes.
The screen's ready.
The screens are cleared. Council members, please, we need 7 votes. Please vote, same night minutes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Logan, yes. Got it. Warren, yes. Chairwoman Swearingen, yes.
Thank you very kindly. Sergeant Arms, do we have any cards?
Hey, Martinez, you're 16.
Carl Didaway?
We need 16 on St. Marcus. These people are gone.
And Mr. Kent, I have you next, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I need to move to, well, to add item number 16 to our same night minutes that was omitted from here.
Okay. Is that with no objection? Any objections?
No objection, good sentiment.
Yeah.
With no objection.
Okay. Is that duly noted?
That was in our records from earlier today.
Okay.
Okay.
Could you please share your name and address for the records?
My name is Carl Didaway, address 1596 East Lawn Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111. I want to thank the council for allowing me to speak. It's been a while. I've been sitting here for 5.5 hours, been an interesting experience. Why I'm up here. Regarding the Robert O'Brien Park located on Prescott, and also dealing with safety equipment. As you know, that's an organization that deals with portable toilets. That toilet been out there for a while. I went there once did change my mind. I recommend that if anybody in the council can ask Safety Equipment, because I called them to remove that item. It had not been removed yet. And if a child go in there and get locked in there by mistake or stay in there more than 25 seconds, they might die because of that situation. So I'm asking the council, see what they can do to ask Safety Equipment to remove it, but they told me that belonged to the city since they're Robert O'Brien Park, located on Prescott. The second issue I want to take care of, some young men ran some traffic lights on Lamar in the Prescott area. I drove up and asked them why they do that. They said because the police are not going to chase them, and they get away with it since they got those tags, drive-out tags. They know the police not going to chase them, and they know there's not any cameras. So they can run the light anytime they feel like it when it comes to a traffic light and just take off because they know the city police not going to chase them. Is that true? Now, that's a question to the council. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge. You know, that even though that's a state street, the police still monitor. That's Lamar and Prescott, right there at the expressway, correct?
And also, yes, and also up and down Lamar. As a matter of fact, when the guys told me, they kind of laughing at the fact they can get away with it.
The policemen, they patrol Lamar, sir.
Well, thank you for letting me talk, man. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Somebody go to that park and get that toilet.
Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. This is to Councilman Carlisle.
Could you share your name and address for the record?
Joe Kent, Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. This is to Councilman Canale. You run government as an elitist grabback.
Sir, let's keep, we can't have that. We have to follow the quorum.
I would like to go through the tax incentives for one-year development.
Sir, we can't have that disrespect. We appreciate you. Can we entertain a?
Motion to adjourn.
This meeting is adjourned.
There you go.
Here you go. It was on the consent agenda.